Okay, Shalom, Israel. I hope everybody is doing well. Swore the Truth family. Hope everybody is listening in. I just want to say once again, Tawada, for y'all contributions and listening in and communicating with us. We really appreciate the time you guys take to listen to our classes. Much appreciated, much valued. Thank you for the time you invest in us. We will continue to do everything we can to paint as clear of a picture about this book as we possibly can. Also, shout out Cabo and this congregation in Guatemala and the brothers and sisters he's responsible for in the West Coast and in Georgia. Hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing okay. Also, Shalom, SOW family, Rochester, New York, Virginia, and Houston, Texas. Hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing good. Also, we'll be seeing y'all at the Feast of Tabernacles sooner than later. Okay? Just a heads up, the Day of Atonement will be starting on Tuesday night to Wednesday night. So get y'all minds ready. Day of Atonement, Tuesday night, coming up this week to Wednesday night. So get yourselves ready for that time and get yourselves ready. Have in mind what you want to pray to the Most High for, ask the Most High, or get your mind ready for just the requests that are needed or necessary to sit back and ask forgiveness from the Most High for our conduct and our actions. So, without further ado, we're going to send our prayers up to the Most High and give Him His honor and recognition. Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Hawabah. Nathan Na'awa. Award. Zaywan. Tawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Hawabah. Nathan Lanawa. Rayach. Nayakacha. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Rakatay Hawabah Shem Yahushai.
Hawabah. Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat Shalom. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoria, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Izoya, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nuwam, Shashamoya, Hana, Yala'a, Nuwam, Wala'a, Yashem, Shasha Wamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakayat, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Abalakya, Wa'aya, Ma'itha, I will Aman.
Psalm 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim Nawa, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim Nawa, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim Nawa, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Lord is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wavka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Watsalachano, Chawatino, Kasalachano, Chawatino, Wala Fabiano, Bonasawan, Abo, Awashino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahata Para, La'ayabalanyam, Aman.
Lord Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our debtors, our debts, we forget our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahayam, Achayam, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Number 2. La'a, Da'ina, Laka, Kasor, Wala'a, Da'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Talach Wachat, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tarataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Ta'chamad, Kol, Ashara, La Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. How about Shem Yahushai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel, Yeshabia. All right. We finally got out of chapter 6 in First Maccabees. That was a lot of information. And I think it was important that we took the time we took to get through the chapter, because there was a lot of messages that were layered and were established in that message that we would have been doing Israel a disservice and our students a disservice from not really taking the time to go into this information. But now we're in chapter 7. I just want to give a quick breakdown of what happened in chapter 6, just verbally, not through scriptures. Just a reminder, remember in chapter 6, it was our first loss that we encountered with Judas and the men that had been valiantly fighting for Israel. And Antiochus' son, Antiochus Jupiter, under the stewardship of Lysias, they were the ones who sat back here and sent like 120,000 man army against us. And the Most High used an enemy within Antiochus' regime, Philip, to divert the energy that they had when they had us encircled in Jerusalem.
Yeah. We
were besieged, and we were at the point where we were going to have to give up soon. And the Most High used Philip, an enemy of Lysias, heading to Antiochia to pull Lysias and Antiochus Jupiter's attention from where they were at, to fight this war in Antioch, and it was purely the Most High's mercy and salvation that made this happen. Along with that, it revealed a lot of fear, doubt, and the limitations of Israel's zeal in the midst of it. What ends up happening is Antiochus Jupiter establishes a ceasefire, enters Jerusalem, sees how fortified Jerusalem was, changes his mind, forces us to break down a portion of the wall. Then he leaves. But there was a peace agreement. So after Jupiter left, Israel was at peace for a temporary piece of time, part of time. But if you call peace having a portion of your wall shut down, it is peace. So the question is, it's peace with the thought and the reality that anything bad can happen any time the king changes his mind.
It's not complete annihilation.
So why is that? It's not annihilation, but it's also that feeling that our rear is exposed. How comfortable can you be? You really can't be comfortable, but this is very much how the Most High deals with us. What I mean is this. We're not in clear and present danger, but if you slip up, guess what's going to happen? Things can go bad like this.
Yeah.
Isn't that how the Most High deals with us on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Especially after we messed up. After you mess up and you get out of bounds with the Father, then he's like, okay, I see you're trying. Bravo. I will take your enemies away from you. But there's a window for these enemies to come right back in. So are you going to slip up or not? This is how the Most High deals with us. This is how we deal with our children. Mm-hmm. That child that misbehaves and is sneaky, what do? Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of space, but keep your phone on. Keep your phone on and keep that tracking device on too. I want to know where the hell you at. I don't know if y'all got kids like that, but that's what happens. Sir, we just started. We just started. Come on. We just talked about that too. So, what's the point? When that kid that's shown that they were sneaky over time, and they've been showing a little bit of pattern of good behavior, what do you do to them?
Give them a little leeway.
You give them a little leeway. Okay, you can go over here with your friend, but you better keep your phone on. You better give me ETAs about where you're going, when you're going to be here, and when you're coming back. And if they don't call you back at a certain time, what's the first thought you got? Yeah. Listen, privileges is over. Once I get your you-know-what back, your rear end back, you can forget going out again for another few months. How we look at our children, this is how the Most High looks at us. Okay, you guys want to act like you believe in me again? Okay, listen. The temple skillet is cooking all night. The temple skillet is cooking all night. Now you guys want to be Jews again? Okay, we'll see how long this skillet goes. You know what I mean by the skillet, the altar. The temple skillet, the altar is cooking all night. Now you want to sacrifice again? How long is it going to be? Obviously, you motivate when clear and present danger is in front of you. So I got to keep a dangerous scenario hovering over you on a consistent basis to keep you what?
Honest. A real scenario.
Literally, I got to keep this hovering over you. Yeah. It's like if you don't believe in the Most High might take your woman and kids from you and put them in bondage with you. That's when the Most High constantly has hovering over the nation of Israel. You want to go left again? You're going to go to Greektown.
Yep.
It's one thing to fight because you don't want to lose your woman and children. It's another thing that you want to fight to be right because you don't want to lose your woman and children, and you don't want to sit back here and have to serve these men also.
Yep.
That's another extra added incentive.
That's another level of
fight. That's another level of fight. Because that's what you got to do when you want to play those Greek games.
Yep.
And play those sin games. So this is what's happening with Israel. It's peace. But there's an underlying tension under there because these gates are open. Or this wall is open. So with the stage being set, we're going to go into 1 Maccabees chapter 7, verse 1 through 50. Karai, let's get you started.
Shashabata, Banasha, Banashala.
Karaya, Shashata, Banashar, Banashar, Amachu. What? Yahweh Hashem Hashem Gita.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Gitam.
So, First Maccabees chapter 7.
God. First Maccabees, chapter 7, and verse 1, page 124. In the 150th year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from Rome.
Stop. Let me make sure I give context to this. It says Demetrius, the son of Seleucus. Don't forget, since Antiochus III lost to Rome, this is many years ago, the deal that the Romans had with the Greeks was that the Greeks were free to run their empire from present-day Turkey all the way to Persia or to India. The Greeks can run this kingdom as long as two things happen. You pay war indemnities and pay the debt that the Romans use that money to fuel their empire, and to ensure the surety of that debt, somebody from the Seleucian line has to stay prisoner and hostage at Rome. We read that before in previous chapters, where Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus IV, had to stay hostage at Rome while Antiochus III was paying off the war debt. After Antiochus III died, the next man up was Seleucus IV. That was the next man up. Now, Seleucus IV had a son. His name was Demetrius. He got sent to Rome. Antiochus IV came back down, killed his brother Demetrius. Killed his brother Seleucus IV, or he died by mysterious circumstances. And then Antiochus IV reigned. Antiochus IV reigned. Then he died. And then Antiochus IV's son, Antiochus Jupiter, came into power. So as Jupiter was in power, he was a child king, like 9 or 10 years old at this time, probably 11. No, he was 11 at this time. Demetrius, which was still the son of Antiochus III's brother, Seleucus IV. Now, he was allowed to leave Rome and take his run at the push for power. I hope that wasn't too confusing, but those were the family lines that had been going to war and had been going back and forth at the time. So at the previous time, you had Jupiter that was in his kingdom in Antiochia. You had Demetrius I. It was in Rome. He was freed. He comes down now and he's ready. He wants some walking around money now. He wants to be freed up and do his thing. Okay? And this is all the Most High's plan as well. So with that being the case, yes, correct.
This is Demetrius the first, right?
Son of Seleucus IV. The one that died once Antiochus III came out of power, out of being a hostage in Rome, came to power. His brother died when he came into power. People say it was some fishy goings on how Seleucus IV died. Don't forget, Seleucus IV was in power when Onias was the king, was the high priest of Israel doing good works. And that Seleucus sent Heliodorus down to check out the temple to get that money that a snitch Jew ratted us out on. That was Seleucus IV. He was actually a good king. Then he died, Antiochus III came, everything went crazy. So now his son, in his mind, has rightful heir to the throne, just as much as some Antiochus, Jupiter, feels he has right to the throne. Because they both come from the line and lineage of Antiochus III. So now it's a power struggle amongst the Greek nation. So this is what we're reading right now in chapter 7, verse 1.
Now that Seleucus IV was the king of Egypt.
No,
the king of the north.
It was
the
Seleucid
Empire.
Yes, Seleucus IV was the son, Slakia, of Antiochus III.
Right. Now there is a Seleucid king, or that was named on the Egyptian side as well, on the south.
What happened was this: Antiochus' daughter married into the Ptolemaic line,
Right.
to establish peace, but the Ptolemies and the Seleucids there was a separation. Yes.
Right.
So it wasn't a guy named Seleucid down in the south. It was the Seleucid line, Antiochus III, and you had Seleucid IV, you had Demetrius I, and I think Seleucid IV had another child that also mysteriously died. So Seleucid IV had two children. One died, one was sent to Rome.
Yeah.
Antiochus, they say, killed Seleucid IV and his son. The other one was waiting in the wings as collateral for the war indemnities that the Romans put on the Greeks. So this is what ends up happening. So Antiochus, it is said that he forced himself into the situation, got power. Now the quote-unquote chickens are coming home to roost. So Antiochus' son is in power. Demetrius like, no, it's my time. I'm gonna come in with my military, and I'm a usurp Jupiter.
First day out.
Listen, I just like Gucci, man.
Yeah.
First day out. I got something to do.
You hit the streets running.
I got to hit the streets. This is what's happening.
Things to do, yeah.
He got some things to do. He got some business that he got to sit back here and set straight out. Let's continue. Go start back from the top again.
Gone. First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 1. In the 150th year, Demetrius, the son of Seleucid, departed from Rome and came up with a few men unto a city of the sea coast and reigned there.
So what he did first, he just took a small plot of land. If I'm not mistaken, the plot of land that he took, it was a coastal city. I want to say Crete, but I don't have that information off the top of my head. I can find it though. He, on his way to Antiochia, which is present-day Turkey, he took one of the island fortifications that the Greeks still had. It's either Cyprus or Crete. It's one of the two spots. Cyprus or Crete are on the islands on your way to Antiochia. He took one of those island city-states, claimed it as his. Now it's game on. Once you claim one of these spots, it's a matter of time before it's a head-on collision between Demetrius I and his men and Antiochus Jupiter and Lysias in Antiochia. Okay? So let's continue.
Verse 2. And as he entered into the palace of his ancestors.
So now, time elapses. He goes from the sea coast. Now he enters into the palace of his ancestors. That's in where? Antiochia. Now he's in the capital city of the entire empire of the Greeks. Read on.
And as he entered into the palace of his ancestors, so it was that his forces had taken Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him.
Just like this, they won this civil war. So he sits back here, takes the throne, and they have Antiochus Jupiter and Lysias hemmed up on their knees.
Wow.
Read on.
Verse 3. Wherefore, when he knew it, he said...
When he found out they all captured, he got the bag. They're done now. Because they got these two men. What they're saying is these guys are co-conspirators. These guys sat back here. They're not the rightful heirs of the kingdom. They were captured in war. What do you want to do with them, Demetrius? Read on. Because he hasn't even seen them yet. So the question is, you want to see them? You want to sit back here and give them their sentence directly? Read on.
Let me not see their faces.
I didn't want to see them, man. I don't even want to see these guys. Do away with them. Hang them, kill them, chop their heads off, decapitate them. I don't care. This is some Sopranos boss stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
He didn't even bring him to court.
I know. He didn't want to see his blood. Now, that's his blood. That's his brother. That's his little brother. Right? Listen, this is Greek stuff. Right? This was like, on the end of every Godfather movie, right? Where business has to get handled out.
Yeah.
And all these guys start shooting people and catching them slipping out and taking people out. This is what's happening.
Or American Me when he had to strangle his little brother in prison.
I didn't remember that one. Right? But all these things happen.
Yeah.
So now business has to be handled. And the Edomite gets on time. Wasn't the Edomite guy? No, I'm sorry. That was blood in, blood out. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the point is this: business is handled, men are executed, and Demetrius first. I didn't want to see my brother and his regent. Do away with them, but don't forget, they just killed another regent, literally, a year ago. John, sir, we'll see. Okay. Hopefully it'll pick back up. It's not on our end. It is on our end, but it's not an internet thing. Or it's an internet thing, not us. Mm-hmm. So, let's continue.
All right. Verse 4. So his host slew him.
They killed him. They executed the present King Jupiter and his regent. Read on.
Now, when Demetrius was set upon the throne of his kingdom, there came unto him all the wicked and ungodly men of Israel.
Now here the Jew comes in. Now the opportunist Jew comes in. Because why are the wicked Jews coming in? Because the previous king had declared peace in Jerusalem. Had allowed, well, once again, what did the previous king Jupiter say? Let the Jews sit back here and follow their laws. And kill Menelaus. When Menelaus killed, he was the orchestrator of all of the rebellious infighting amongst each other. He was that kingpin pushing the Greek way and being the strong arm muscle in the land, in the citadel. So now there is still a wicked underbelly of Jews that are fighting for that vacuum of power.
Yeah, that's what. If you can go Proverbs chapter 12 verse 8, that's what was said to happen when the certain ones in authority that are ungodly get in order, get in power. That's usually the next course of action. Proverbs chapter 12 verse 8.
Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 8. A man shall be commended.
No, I'm sorry. Proverbs, or it might be Psalms. Psalms 12 and 8.
Psalms.
Psalms chapter 12 and verse 8. The wicked walk on every side.
Go ahead.
When the vilest men are exalted.
So when you got wicked men that are put in power, then you start getting these ungodly men and these goons starting to show up.
It's a goon squad.
Yep.
But once again, the Greeks left that door open by allowing Alcimus to be the high priest. Because the Greeks knew that the power, the real power, came from the high priest.
And Alcimus wasn't even a Levite.
No. Well, he was a Levite. He just wasn't of the right family line. He wasn't of the Aaron family line. Don't forget, you have Merari.
The Kohite.
Well, the Kohite line is the right line, but you have Kohan, you have Merari, and another. I always forget the third one. Then you have the Aaron line that's of the Kohan. So they picked somebody of a false line and put him on the top. For what? Because Esau, what does he always do? His focus is to destabilize a country. If you have the country looking at each other like this, fighting each other, they're not looking at unifying and fighting and consolidating their power against their enemy.
Yep.
So there was a strategic move to allow Alcimus and that wing to get the majority of power in the nation. Because you know what you're never going to run short on in a nation? Sellouts, opportunistic people.
Yep.
People that want to get power, people that are greedy and hungry and power hungry.
Somebody
There's
wants
always going to be a sellout.
Somebody who wants just simply a better deal. Someone who wants just a better situation. Someone wants just a little bit more. Ain't gotta be a lot.
This is what
Well, a little
this
bit
is what fuels regime change. Before regime changes are actually implemented, they already got a puppet leader to come in.
Mm-hmm.
When Nepal fell a few weeks ago, they already had a guy that's going to come in and take the spot. They had their leader waiting in the wings. What they don't tell you is, if Belarus falls, they already got a puppet ready to take over the Belarusian empire. They already have a Russian ready to take over Putin if Russia falls. This is the game. They have these people living in different countries waiting in the wings. Hell, before Russia fell, did you know that the powers that be had Trotsky in New York City funding him, paying his bills and financing him every single day? They had Lenin in Germany chilling. They were sitting back here chilling in these countries, waiting for the opportunity for when the Russian Revolution actually kicks in. Once the revolution kicks in and it was in high gear and the Russian royalty ends up falling, then all of a sudden, Lenin comes in and Trotsky comes in and they're running things. Just like that. But they were paid, they were being paid off and covered. All their expenses were covered. They said Trotsky, they looked at his tax records when he was in New York City. The place he was living in and the life he was living, he couldn't live it with the salary he claimed on his taxes. He wasn't working. But he was living in the posh New York apartments, and he was living like a king.
He was funded.
That's the point. They fund the guy they want to put in, so when the thing falls, they'll put the guy in that they want.
And also, too, there's the quote-unquote chosen one for the next regime. And also what they call something called malcontents. The word malcontent means a person who is dissatisfied and rebellious.
Yeah.
It says discontented troublemaker.
Yeah.
So there's always that in every environment. There's always someone who's dissatisfied,
Yeah.
who is rebellious,
Mm-hmm.
and this person is the person you go to establish some type of chaos
Rapport
amongst the body or get information.
Well, this is what they do. Even when they put the regime change person in, they take very close attention to his cabinet members and to his Senate members.
And why is that?
Because they want to know who's the rebellious one in the bunch. And once they find out who is there in the bunch that they can work with, they just keep a relationship with him. So in case you flip, we'll go to him. This is how Esau rolls. They're just looking for the next guy who don't like you. And then once they find that weak link, they don't rat him out to you. They just keep him there, and they keep a relationship with him. That's literally how they play the covert regime change operation. They just keep it. That's how they keep you under tab. Because most of these people that are in power, they were in cahoots with the United States for a period of time. Then they got out of the relationship went sour. So when a relationship goes sour, they got somebody else to come usurp him and move forward. But then when that guy that they use as a puppet leader starts killing off all the men around him, what do they say about that leader? He's a dictator. He's going crazy. Is it that? Or he knows there's a snitch in a bunch that the United States is already funding.
He's in an environment where he can be usurped.
And so he understands there's somebody else waiting in the wings ready to take him out. All this stuff is literally happening under the nose of the leadership. Why am I going there? All these sophisticated tactics have been used since the beginning of time. So the Greeks sat back here and said, okay, Judas, all they want is their religious independence. I don't really believe that. I'm going to give you your religious independence so we don't got to fight. But I have to make sure we destabilize Jerusalem. And we're going to find all the snitches and sellouts we can to keep this place destabilized. So Jerusalem is at a stalemate. They really can't grow. They can't grow because you have these two different factions always fighting against one another. And that's what Esau wants.
That's what happened in America now.
That's what happens in every country. Every country is set up that way to keep everybody at odds so the ruling class continues to get paid. So what's happening is now Alcimus was allowed to be the high priest, but he really didn't have the power he wanted. It was a neutralized thing. So now Alcimus goes to Demetrius the First, the new head, and now he's going to start playing this kiss you know what game. Now he's going to probably play the, if I get up real cozy with Demetrius the First, maybe I can tax farm for him. Maybe I can get business deals. Maybe I can get some extra money coming our way. So it always goes back to that. So every new guy that gets into power, you got all these phone calls. Hey, can I have a meeting with you? I just want to discuss business, man.
What kind of business you want to discuss?
I want to discuss business that benefits you and me.
Yeah.
So this is what Alcimus is doing with Demetrius. So read that verse again.
I want a deal.
Huh?
The guy wants a deal.
Of course he wants a deal. But the king is like, maybe the deal can benefit me.
And can I say this though? That's what the Lord always establishes: "Thou shalt not covet."
Yeah.
Because the root of that thinking is covetousness.
Yes. And we're going to go on to that.
Okay.
No, explain it. But yeah, we're going to
the
that.
Lord is so offended. The leadership cannot have covetousness.
But this is why I hate to say that. We always are like Debbie Downers in class. But this is why unity is laughable. The idea of Unity Act is high key laughable. Because you're going to always have these factions that do them. That want to do them. That are selfish. That put themselves above the body.
And
You'll have a handful of people that are about the body. And the other portion is selfish and is about their money grabs and their control.
and their personal interests. And they always say,
Yeah.
I don't want much.
Yeah, you do.
I just want my palms greased. What does your palms greased mean?
And then what does it mean? And what is it going to cost the rest of the people to get your
Well, it
palms
doesn't matter because I want what I want more than I care about my brother.
Yeah.
More than I care about the families. It's always that. It's always my interests supersede the effect, the ill effect on the people around me.
Yeah.
And that's why Satan can always penetrate these quote-unquote organizations, these quote-unquote groups, these different factions that are trying to do certain things, that have certain agendas to benefit their people, quote-unquote.
Yeah.
But really, there's always a Judas amongst the body or a serpent amongst the body because someone's hungry,
Yeah.
someone's angry, someone's unhappy, or someone's envious, or someone's sad,
Yep.
or someone feel like they were passed up,
Yep.
and they weren't given opportunity, or they feel like they were shorted or slighted. And people like to play these mind games with themselves,
Yeah.
so they don't reveal themselves until
they
the
get
time.
the- they get
They
the
have to
leverage.
time because no one straight up says, "Well, man, I felt like this is going on, or I want this to happen. This is what I want, but you don't want what I want." That's the problem we have. We don't want the same thing. Well, why are you in this group then if you don't want the same thing?
Mhm.
Well, then they say, "Well, I thought it was about this." That's your misunderstanding. You didn't read the Bible to see what this is about. So you came in with your own intention and agenda behind the guise of spirituality. And this is why Israel always gets exposed in these events.
Yep. So,
You have loyalists and then you have dissenters.
yeah.
Yes.
And you cannot change that. And then what will happen is a dissenter in the Russian Empire will get exposed and thrown in jail. And then the United States will say, see, that was an undemocratic move you made. The question, was it undemocratic? Or did you plant a mole, he was discovered, and he got banished for the sanctity and the unity of the body? And you're going to call him out and call it a war crime or call it Russia's an undemocratic country. You see the point?
And we're not just saying Russia. This happens.
I'm just
all
using
countries.
Russia because that's a scenario that's happening now.
Yeah.
There is this band, and I'm not saying this word crazy, but they were a band that was pushing the 5-letter word movement
Yeah.
and a resistance to the culture in Russia. They were called Pussy Riot. No lie, they were like a rock band,
I heard about them. I don't know.
and they were pushing anti-ethics, anti-religious morals in Russia, and they were playing music in their country, and they got thrown in jail. And it was a major uproar about how they were being treated. And they were like, "Listen, we're not gonna allow that ideology to come into our country and wreck our country from the inside."
It's
Yeah.
not just music.
It was more than music. But this was how Esau was trying to infiltrate. This was early 2000s. This was happening. And they were sitting back here and cutting off all these diversionary musician-led coups and protests and riots. All these specific protests and riots, they squashed them pretty strong.
Because these are liberal movements, and this is what happened to our community. Our women, over time, started to get connected to the feminist movement. We transitioned from the black liberation movement, and we slowly transitioned to the feminist movement.
No, it was all together. This is how Esau, listen, this is how Esau is masterful at pushing their movements.
I'm saying the black feminist structure.
Well, I know, we're all saying the same thing,
Okay.
because they use civil rights and they piggybacked it with liberalism. It's piggybacked. They'll use a justifiable offensive situation in a country. Then they'll bring their agendas behind it. No different than BLM. BLM wasn't just BLM, it was BLM, and those 5 little movements were right behind it.
To break down the nuclear family.
And then, well, that was BLM, and that was in the 90s. And you had in the 70s, and it was the breakdown of the nuclear family with feminism.
Yeah.
But it was feminism and civil rights. It was both. So you have to sit back here and push movements with a little bit of right in there, mixed with the denigrating of society. That's how you make it look like it's fair. Because they would sit back here and say the discrimination of the black people in the United States is similar to the plight of women in the United States. They'll sit back and tie both of them. They were burning bras and sitting back here and marching on Washington at the same damn time.
They transitioned.
And you see that hippie movement was coming right behind it. It was the hippie movement, free love, liberalism, feminism, along with the civil rights movement.
And it
was financed all together.
It's no different when you go to the Martin Luther King March. Now,
Yep.
San Antonio is known to have one of the largest marches in the United States.
Yeah.
But you don't see, they're not singing We Shall Overcome like it was back in the 80s.
Yep.
They're marching with, you have 150 different campaigns that are all marching in the Martin Luther King March. They just use that as an opportunity to showcase their particular function. And so they glorify their particular function. It's not even about civil rights anymore. It's not even about Martin Luther King anymore.
Did you know that the NAACP and the majority of leftist movements are financed by the Rockefeller Foundation? The NAACP is financed by the Rockefellers. Why do they give a damn about niggas in America?
They don't.
They never did. Why does it matter now? Because you got to use a little bit of right in your argument to push your leftist doctrine. Because everything else behind BLM is breaking down the nuclear family, like Dawiyat said. It's not even about BLM no more. It's all these other liberalist agendas that come behind I Can't Breathe. But what it does is it's weakening. You have to have a certain side that finances the left and finances the right. And when you fund both factions, now you destroy the power of a country. And that country will eventually be ripe for the fall. So the funny thing is, even though the United States is the strongest empire on earth, they are still being broken down and whittled down just like every other country. Because it's not about individual national superiority. This is about collective nations coming together and serving a higher elitist group that can control all the countries. It's not about just America being supreme. You have America, Russia, and China fighting, but there's other forces in effect that's fighting to subdue all of these countries to lock into one international order. This is why the UN, this is why all these organizations that are trying to put everybody together is really trying to eliminate sovereignty of nations. What was you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, and also, too, 1964, Malcolm X, and I'm just using this point because it's a political critique that's correct. He said that blacks were used as political footballs.
That was my point. Exactly.
He called it.
I didn't even know that.
This is not a new statement. He was very astute and very observant even back in those times and said that our people, the struggle of blacks for their liberation and their freedom, we are political footballs.
Yeah.
Man, listen, this whole black movement thing is a chess game. It's a play to open up a bigger score, a bigger opportunity.
It's not like they care about us.
Yeah.
They're
We
just
get
using
confident.
us to create
Yeah.
more bitterness amongst in the nation. Esau loses their mind. Your conservative Edomite cannot stand it when they're talking about our people being done wrong. Because our people were done wrong. But they hate the policies that come behind it.
Yeah.
Because they keep
The DEI policies.
they keep losing their position. Their power starts to dwindle the more the laws get set up to balance things out.
They lose economic viability. They lose opportunity
And leverage.
They lose economic leverage in their communities and their constituents. The people that support them lose economic opportunity.
Even the whole idea of defunding the police. Then what are you doing? You're going to create all kind of chaos at home in your cities.
Chicago.
You can talk that defund the police all you want until Jake starts running up in your house.
And do what they want to do. And do what they want to do.
Then what are you going to do? You call them cops. Anybody will come to your house.
You can't shoot them because they say you can't shoot them because it's against the law to have a gun.
I know.
So they come to your house, can't shoot the guy.
They got guns.
If you shoot him, you're going to jail because you should have had a gun. How'd you shoot him?
I know. That's the point.
That's the point. You and then certain laws you still can't that's shoot murder. Because if you shoot him more than once, that's murder.
That's my point. Listen. So
but you gotta be so calm and cool.
In those up north cities, you can't shoot them. Listen, the cop that goes, the person that goes in your house and robs you can sue you for how violent you were against them.
Yeah,
that's the truth on your property.
Yeah.
Up north, it's really bad for that.
And you gotta wait for the cops. Yeah, go and call go in the thing and wait for the cops. Oh, you gotta be on hold because we have like 5 cops per like 10,000 people.
Because they defunded the police.
He's at a traffic stop right now against my ticket. You gotta wait.
He's eating a donut. He's at Winchell's eating donuts. Huh?
He's eating a real good donut right now.
California donuts flat out.
At Winchell's, wherever it is, where is he's eating?
He's at Dunkin'. He's at Dunkin' chilling.
He's in the bathroom right now. He has some bubble guts. He'll be there in about an hour.
Yeah.
You gotta just hope he don't die.
Don't be in the hood. Don't be in the hood and have crime happen to you.
And if you die, this is another sad story.
It's a tragedy.
It's a tragedy. And
this ain't funny, so don't you dare laugh.
We're not gonna change this isn't funny, so don't you dare laugh.
That's our point.
It's a tragedy, and they'll use it to say that's why we got to outlaw guns.
Yes.
There you go. That's what we got to
outlaw guns.
That's what I'm saying. You see the madness in this?
Yes.
And you see why they do have the right wing Caucasian demographic would be offended at that. And then they're right and they're partially wrong because they have a set of desires they want too that are anti-us. So it's both sides. Well,
and they're playing both sides because if Esau had it up to them, Jake wouldn't get no opportunities.
Yeah. What the left wants is you to be walking around looking like Young Thug's album cover and not building families.
Yeah.
And your kids out there under the stage.
Men walking around with wedding dresses and AKs.
Yeah.
Or M16. You got M16 in hand, and you got a wedding dress on. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, M16 with a wedding dress on, and you look like Lil Nas X with a gun. The left wants you to do that. The left wants that. The right wants you to be back in order, like you used to be back in the day.
Or you be in jail so they can make money off it.
Or they want you locked up, like Akon.
Listening to rap music and getting you hyped to go to jail, and now they can make money off it.
Getting these small towns
income, business
money because they need jobs. They need jobs in these small
slave labor.
So you gotta hire wardens. We're in an economy for these small towns. Yeah. Either way, you're being extracted from. Either way, you're being oppressed. Either way, you're being taken advantage of. You're being exploited on both. On the left-hand side, you're getting exploited. On the right-hand side, you're getting exploited. But guess what? You signed up for the Greek-Roman way.
Got it.
At the end of the day, you signed up for this.
So this is what's happening. You got Alcimus is sitting back here and petitioning to Demetrius I about getting more opportunities to go and get more power. What he's asking is for more power. He has the position, but he doesn't have the leverage. Because the military and the people are still siding with Judas, and Alcimus might have the position of high priest, but he doesn't have the leverage in the city at this point. So let's continue. First Maccabees 7 and verse, I think 5 again.
First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 5. There came unto him all the wicked and ungodly men of Israel, having Alchemist, who was desirous to be high priest for their captain.
So what's up? What's up?
Okay,
So So Alchemist with his band of people that were backing him. Okay? So what ends up happening is Alchemist and his in that side and genre that wants position and political leverage goes to Demetrius, tries to get his position amplified in Jerusalem. Read on.
Verse 6. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends and driven us out of our own land. Now therefore, send some men whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he hath made among us and in the king's land, and let him punish them with all them that aid them. Then the king.
I'm sorry, I was typing something to the brother. Keep going again. I'm sorry. Read verse 6 again. I'm sorry.
First Maccabees 7 and 6. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends and driven us out of our own land.
See where it says they've slain all of your friends? Mm-hmm. So what is he saying? He's implying that Judas is eliminating that Greek faction that stabilizes the country. So what they're saying is Judas is making the city too right, and it's not making it left enough. It's not balancing things out.
So I'm missing this. So you're saying that the guy
Alcimus is saying that, hey, Judas is eliminating all of the people that are backing your regime. So now he is destabilizing what you're putting together.
Oh, okay.
So now Judas is a threat. Okay? Read on.
God.
And has driven us out of our own land. The question is, did he? The reality is that this isn't how it happened. How it happened was Jupiter allowed the Jews to go in and sacrifice in the temple. And he allowed Judas and the men more leverage in their country. And listen, Jupiter is the one who killed Menelaus. But he's saying Judas did it. You see how he's using his words to spin the situation? Read on.
All right. Verse 7. Now, therefore, send some men whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he hath made among us.
Once again, the faction that's always trying to push their way wants to hyper focus on the damage that doing the right thing is. This is the same thing happened to Menelaus' crony, who said, look at all the bad things happening under Onias' leadership when the city was doing great. He's look at the trouble that's going on here. The wicked is always looking for a justification to inject themselves in there, and to establish their financial dominance.
And if we go to Titus chapter 3 verse 8, it kind of explains who that wicked class is, and how do you know that? How do you know they're of that wicked class?
And I was going to say, listen, everything you're saying is what we're saying about the BLM movement. All we're saying is they're using a component of what's right. Police brutality. That guy Fernando Castillo got shot in Minnesota. How that went down was messed up. They'll use scenarios that wronged our people and use it as leverage to destroy the country, destroy our people, one, and to destroy the country from within. Just like you're saying, that movement really wasn't about us. It was about weakening the nation, bringing that 5-letter movement into our communities even more. And it was led by 2 women who were financed. Who were they financed by?
But they were trained communists.
Yes.
They were trained Marxists.
Yes.
So what they do, it's a wicked form of politics.
Titus 3:8.
I take the symbol of the people and the people's pain and suffering, and I pretend falsely to have concern. It's called false concern.
Yeah.
I show false concern, I get funding, and I give an alternate agenda.
But the question is, you don't think they were chosen to take that position? And they weren't financed When you sit back here and have the NBA wearing shirts like BLM,
You know it's cap.
you know it's corporate.
Yeah.
Because when Kaepernick was on his knee, what were they doing? That dude got banned from football.
Lost his job.
Yeah.
So when the corporations are backing it, you know it's federal.
There's an agenda.
Ain't nothing about the Most High when you know it's when the feds are pushing it. That's how you know it was Cap. And it was an Edomite-backed movement.
It's very much so similar to when it comes to the Food and Drug Administration.
Yeah.
It's the same premise. I know you have heart disease, and we're going to help your heart. We're going to fix your heart and destroy your liver.
Give you some statins.
Oh man, my heart's feeling so much better. Ah, man, I can't use the bathroom. I can't walk. I got suicidal thoughts.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? How good can the medicine be if you put in petroleum in it? You know that's how the medical industry got switched over from naturopathic medicine to modern medicine. This is how the Rockefellers built their money. The Rockefellers were based upon oil and gas.
Yep.
They went into the medicine industry.
Yep.
And they branched out with the pharmaceuticals, includes petroleum.
That's oil.
They sold dirty drugs. People don't realize that. They controlled the opium market and the clean drug market.
How can you even use Vaseline, which is petroleum jelly, as a medical product?
That's the point. And then they sit back here and use their money to buy positions in leadership in Harvard and all these medical associations. And they say, listen, you push this, you get paid.
I got cut there already. We're already going there. The people who sold cigarettes, Philip Morris and them, who are putting all these 451 chemicals inside your cigarettes, said, well, the cigarette game is going down.
I told you that one.
I know. I saw
Hey!
That's why I said I got
You took my ball. I took my angle.
Because we're the same. I'm trying to bounce past the shot.
I was like, you heard from a little birdie? Who's this little birdie?
Yeah. Somebody told me.
Right next
I don't
to you.
remember who, but somebody said,
I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I told him that a couple weeks ago.
That was about like 11 days ago.
I know.
So Philip Morris and them converted from cigarettes to food, and then they started putting those same
all those
chemicals
additives,
as into the food.
The additives that make the food addictive.
Yeah.
Just like they put the additives in the cigarettes that made the cigarettes addictive.
So this is a higher level of manipulation. I use Fernando Castillo's face, or I use these victims' face, and then I have alternate agenda, or I say this medicine's good for you, but the agenda is to destroy your liver and your vascularity, your vein system. Now I'm saying this ingredients are good for you. I'm losing money. Let's transition and put this ingredients another way. It transitions into this Titus angle that we're going to, showing just how these people think, how they think, and how they're not particularly honest and forthcoming with their initial agenda.
And how they think it's constant war.
Yeah.
It's constant war against people. It's constant war against us. Whether it's Esau is utilizing and taking advantage of the sellout. But he's using the sellout and all these people to sit back here and continue to go to war against us.
Yeah.
To make it harder for us to do the right thing and to choose the right path.
He's playing 3D chess with people that don't have education, that work 40 to 60 hours a week, that got 3 or 4 kids that they got to account for, that are just trying to live their life and survive.
So let's keep going back on the scripture. Titus 3:8.
It was based on First Maccabees chapter 7 verse 6 when he says, and they accused thy people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends and driven us out of our own land. In every society, you're going to have people that are going to say things about you, but it's going to show you who they are. Read that in Titus chapter 3 verse 8.
Titus chapter 3 and verse 8. This is a faithful saying, and these things I will that thou affirm constantly, that they which have believed in the Most High might be careful to maintain good works.
It says that's why if you have a church, if you have a camp, you have to maintain. He said this is a faithful thing that you better bet your whole church on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you better be blameless as much as possible in the sight of a congregation.
Mm-hmm.
He says you can take that to the bank. You can guarantee that this will keep you out of trouble. He said it's going to tell you why it's necessary that you maintain good works. Read on.
These things are good and profitable unto men.
He said, and if you do, this is what men need to see. They need to see good works. Why is that so important? Read on.
It says, these things are good and profitable unto men.
Go ahead.
But avoid foolish questions.
Because some people don't like the direction that you're going in the church.
Yep.
And they're going to start asking what?
Foolish questions.
What else they going to do?
And genealogies.
And they're going to say, well, are you a legitimate priest? Are you a legitimate leader? What gives you the authority to do what you do and say what you say? Read on.
And contentions.
And they'll start having what?
Contentions.
And so that's why it's so important that as a church, you have to maintain good works. Because you always have somebody waiting in the wing that has a contentious narrative.
Yep.
Or a contentious perspective. Read on.
And strivings about the law.
And they don't agree with your doctrine.
Your
doctrine is that the correct doctrine? I don't think you're breaking that down right.
Yeah.
We believe in this.
You're a little overboard.
Yeah, that's a little extreme. Or maybe you're not open to seeing things in a broader view. So they're going to start asking questions about doctrine. Read on.
It says, but they are unprofitable and vain.
It said, but these individuals in the congregation are unprofitable and vain. Read on.
Verse 10. A man that is inherited.
And he said, a man that is a what?
Inherited.
And a heretic is anyone who maintains erroneous opinions. So in a congregation, you're always going to have individuals that have contrary, erroneous opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's so important that you sustain yourself in a congregation with maintaining good works, because there's always somebody waiting in the backdrop that don't agree with what you do, that don't agree how the church is going,
and wants to run it himself.
And but it's all erroneous. These are wrong opinions that they created in order to challenge the authorized authority. Read on.
A man that is inherited after the first and second admonition.
After the first and second time you check them, read on.
Reject.
You got to get them out your church. After the first and second time, you got to get them out your church. But the problem is, Judas can't kick all of these erroneous opinion-having Israelites out the land. Read on.
Knowing that he that is such is subverted.
What are you going to have in the congregation?
Subverted.
You're going to have individuals that are already subverted.
Mm-hmm.
They have a subverted perspective. They have a subverted mind frame. They're going to challenge you. They don't agree with the direction that you're going.
Yeah.
And they'll create a schism. They'll create a challenge or a contrary thought process in nature.
How they create it is they look for other people that will side with them amongst the body. And then you have different factions in your camp, and then all of a sudden everybody is split.
Yep.
Then how can two walk together unless they be what?
Agreed.
And that's the point.
Subvert. To overthrow or overturn from the foundation.
All you got to do is get a couple people that don't agree. And all of a sudden, it's mutiny.
Or agree with you.
They don't agree with you, all of a sudden, it's mutiny. And it's not about right and wrong.
Wow.
So,
Read on.
Knowing that he that is such is subverted and sinneth, being condemned of himself.
And these individuals are already guilty within themselves because they don't know how to obey and be in order. But you can't stop this class of people from existing. That's why you just have to maintain the best works that you possibly can in the sight of a congregation.
And hope and have faith that the Most High will defend your works.
Huh.
Because even in the midst of you defending your doing the right thing, there's going to be accusations that are thrown at you that are unfair. How many countless times did David pray that his good works were defended? And that all the slander that happened against him, at the end, people will see that his intentions were really right. It's flooded throughout Psalms. That people looked at him as public enemy number one. And then he had to pray the Most High would sit back and change the minds of all these slanderers and the people that bought into that negative propaganda against him. And all he had was good works and consistency, because they were still going to slander him regardless.
And he would pray that either that they would fall in their own traps.
Yep.
And they be snared in their own gins.
Mm-hmm.
If he couldn't escape.
Done. Because all you have is your good works, and you're still going to be slandered for good works. So, let's read verse 7 again in 1 Maccabees 7:7.
God. First Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 7. Now therefore, send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he have made among us and in the king's land, and let him punish them with all them that aid them.
So listen, they want to say Judas was bringing them up violence. That's all they do is bring violence. Because it's a power struggle. It wasn't about right and wrong. They wanted leverage and power, and all that mattered to them was growth for them. So what we're going to do is go into Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2. And as we read this chapter, all I can tell you is this. My entire life in the truth, I thought it's talking about just Esau. This is not just talking about Esau. It's talking about people with pigmentation too. It's talking about people with pigmentation that wear fringes and salute and say, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah. Don't forget, this was written in the time of Solomon. Who was it? Was Esau? Did Esau have any power during Solomon's time? No. So who do you think he was talking about? At the very least, he's talking about people with pigment. At the very least. Because they were the world powers at the time. Right? I was told this is about Esau. Weren't you? Let's read verse 1 down.
Alright. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 1. Page 58. For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves.
So once again, this is talking about the ungodly in general. Because Israel is ungodly. Esau's, there's ungodly Israelites, there's ungodly Edomites, there's ungodly everybody on earth. They said this. The ungodly said, reasoning in themselves, but not right. Everybody justifies in their mind that they have the right to do a move that's unjust in the eyes of the Father. So this is how the wicked justify their criminality. This is how the wicked of our people in the world justify the moves they make to gain power in their life. So read it from the top again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 1. For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright. Our life is short and tedious.
So when it says tedious means wearisome, tiresome from continuance, prolixity or slowness which cause prolixity. Can you get prolixity for me? I didn't get a chance to look at prolixity.
Prolixity, 1828. It says great length, minute detail.
Minute detail, yeah.
Okay, minute detail. So it's slow, it's detailed. What does that mean? It's short, life is short, and I don't get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go into a topic in a few weeks that kind of enhances this concept, but he says the wicked feels this way. You know what the wicked, their mentality is? I bust my ass every day and I'm not getting much out the deal. Because the problem is, the Most High promises food and raiment to sustain us, right?
Yeah.
The wicked says not enough. The wicked says I grind and I work and it's tedious and life is hard. And there's a lot of detail and weariness that comes from this detail, and weariness that comes from the dullness of life. So, do not we sometimes feel that life can be dull and mundane? And we want adventure? And we want to get something out the deal?
So what are they looking for?
Well, that's the second part. But it starts with the life I'm living isn't good enough. and how the Most High blesses me on a daily basis, and the Most High daily sends blessings to me, I don't see how what I get every day is a blessing. I look at life that it's short, it's a grind, and I'm not really getting a lot out of this daily minutia of living this life. There's got to be more to life. There's got to be more to me just working a job, coming home, dealing with my family, going to sleep, and doing it all over again.
Too taxing on me.
It's taxing, it's a grind, and it's short. Why does person talk about how short my life is?
I can't get my fill.
Because I want to get something out. I want to make my life more meaningful. This is the wicked mind.
Wicked mindset. Now, I'll look up and I'll have gone no places. I'll have vacation nowhere. I'll have done nothing.
Yep.
I'll have experienced anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the wicked mind. And this is a thought that that all pops in all of our mind. And we better fight to stay on top of it. Because this is what leads to wickedness.
Oh, they'll even say, I haven't done anything for me. All my works have been for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't done nothing
What
for
is the benefit of committing myself to the Lord and doing all this for people? What have I gotten out the deal?
Yeah.
Once again, we're going to this down the line. But this is how Israel gets caught slipping. Israel, Esau, everybody. This is the beginning of wicked thoughts, wicked intentions, and wicked devices. Read on.
God. It says, for the ungodly said, reason with themselves, but not aright. Our life is short and tedious, and in the death of a man, there is no remedy.
I mean, there's no way, there's no fountain of youth where I can sit back here and go to Florida and jump in these waters, and I'll earn 30 more years. That ain't real. There's no way to get around the fact that I'm going to die. Read on.
Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave.
Mm-hmm.
For we are born at all adventure.
We are born at all adventure. When you look at adventure, you get adventure in 1828.
Right. Adventure, 1828. What's the dictionary? Point number 1.
1 and 2.
Point number 1. Hazard, risk.
So he says our life is full of risk. I can sit back and die tomorrow. I can lose it all tomorrow. It puts you in this carpe diem spirit.
Yeah.
Carpe diem means seize the day. Take advantage of everything you can get today. Because tomorrow ain't guaranteed to nobody. But the spiritual way we're supposed to operate is have appreciation for whatever the day gives you. And whatever happens to you, happens to you. That's the spiritual way of looking at things. They're saying, listen, every day is a hazard and a risk. There's no guarantee. I can't control what's going to happen to me down the line. And if life is short and tedious, and I could die tomorrow, I got to find happiness now. This is all about the pursuit of happiness. And finding, I got to feel good about what I've done on earth. I got to do something and make moves that separates me from everybody else. This is the thinking a carnal man and woman has. Read on.
God.
No, in the definition.
Yeah, God. Hazard, risk, chance, that of which one has no direction.
It also lets you know the wicked don't look at things spiritually. Because they think life is based upon chance. Chance can happen to anybody. I got to sit back here and I have to be proactive with the decisions that I make. And this isn't a Greek way. This is a fear, an inward fear that people have. A fear of losing out.
This is what thinking takes you, FOMO. The fear of missing out. And it's the natural nature of people in general.
Huh?
And not being spiritual, and not being biblical, and not being tuned into the word of the Lord, and not being content, and not practicing and building virtue will have you leaning to this type of thinking. Because this is a natural, reasonable, logical way of looking at life. If your perspective is, I'm not getting anything out of this.
God.
Then what's the only logical response?
And
I have to force the ground.
Because this is people who have the chance to serve the Most High and don't value it. There's a lot of people that know the law and know the scriptures and think this way. You ever tell somebody you're exhausting yourself teaching somebody the scriptures, and they're sitting back here, they get what you're saying, but they're like, well, what am I going to get out the deal? What am I getting out the deal? What good? I get what you're saying. Yeah. Black nationalism with the Jews chosen. But how is this going to change my life today? A lot of people can't think of things that way. Okay? Well, let's continue.
God. It says, verse 2. It says, no. Verse 1. It says, our life is short and tedious. And in
No. We're in verse 2.
Oh, verse 2, kind. It says, for we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is as smoke, and a little spark in a moving of our heart.
We can't control anything. Another part of adventure in the verb tense is to risk or hazard, to put in the power of unforeseen events. What he's saying is, I don't like the fact that I can't control my destiny. Because I can't control my destiny, I have to make moves and make decisions that can put me in a position where my life isn't hazarded. Isn't that how we think? Yeah. What's going to happen down the line? Yeah, I'm doing this truth thing, but Israel don't have no 401k. Israel don't have no retirement plans. They don't have no insurance. I got to think about my future. My life is hazarded living this life. I'm taking a lot of risk living this life. This is how man thinks. But he said he prefaced all this chapter off of the ungodly thinks that way. Or the ungodly makes decisions based off these thoughts. Because we all think these thoughts. But the ungodly starts making decisions based off these thoughts. So makes moves. What's that?
So the thoughts are thoughts that are sort of like panic.
Yeah. It's doubt.
It's doubt. It's panic. Because I don't have any trust that the Most High will fix my life. I got to make the best of my life while I have the opportunity. Because
exactly.
I only have so much of it.
And I can't control down the line. So I got to make moves to control my circumstances and my children's circumstances. I got to set myself up for life and set up generational. I mean, black folks sit back here and talk about Forex, and they say generational wealth right behind it. Generational wealth. Listen, bro. What you're saying is, if I have generational wealth, I don't got to stress no more.
Yes.
I can live my life. I don't have to stress day to day and live check. Who wants to live check to check?
Yeah.
God wants you to live check to check. How about that?
God
wants you to live check to check because that's how he ensures your obedience.
Yep.
If I don't got to live check to check, how many Israelites are going to be sincere in putting him first? Same concept with this damn wall that's partially broke down. I got to keep Israel uncomfortable to keep them humble.
Hope that is seen is not hope.
That's the point. But this push for generational wealth, this is the thinking of the wicked. Living day to day and serving the Most High isn't enough for me. This is why farming was so important. Tax farming was so important to the Jew. If I tax farmed, my family will be put in an elite position and can sustain themselves from generation to generation.
It's something that I could do that'll take care of them in the future.
It'll take care of me. It'll be the family business. I can sit back here and tax farm. I can set myself up. I can set my son up. I can set his son up. And they can be good for life. This is the play. This is the move. Because living day to day is a hazard. There's a risk. There's no guarantee in living day to day. You see this thinking? This isn't just the Edomite thinking. This is our thinking. Read on.
All right. It says, which,
verse
3. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 3. Which being extinguished, our body shall be turned into ashes, and our spirit shall vanish as the soft air.
There was a strong belief back in the day that there wasn't a resurrection. There wasn't a reincarnation.
That's pushed by the Sadducees, correct?
That was a Sadducetic mindset. Or, I'm going to say this, that was the mindset of most people before you got to the New Testament, before you got to Christ. Because Christ talked about resurrection. But a lot of thinkers because it wasn't spoke of in the Torah, didn't understand that there was life after death. It wasn't just Edomites. This was Israelites that didn't think that you had any life after where you died. So they're thinking, if there's no life after death, then the pressure is on that I live my life literally to the highest advantage I could live.
That max out.
I got to go all out, and I got to take care of my family down the line. But the funny thing is, isn't there an aspect of logic to that? There is an aspect of logic to that. But he's also saying that logic is wickedness. When you overly burden yourself that mental direction. So, because this is what's fueling Alcimus, Menelaus, all of that faction that's pushing Greek. When you're pushing Greek, what are you really pushing? The safe bet. The safe decision. These Edomites, if they're going to be in power, then I'm going to adapt to them. I'm going to adapt to this way of life because it's concrete. If you sit back here and you do what they say, you can get promotions. You can get elevated in the kingdom. You can get financial stability for my family. How many people have we seen? I'm just out here for my family. All I care about is my family. Have you heard that before?
Okay.
There you go. What does that mean? Their family, their well-being, their stability equals my stability is what's most important. And when you take that stance, that's a wicked stance. Because what you're doing is you're cutting out the Most High out of the equation.
Yeah.
You're cutting out the fact that is the Most High providing for you or are you providing for you and your family? The Most High provides for you based on your work ethic and obedience. But we feel that if I can't make a move on my own, then everybody's arm is going to fall. Because life is hazardous. Let's continue.
All right. Verse 5. No, verse 4. It says, and our name shall be forgotten in time.
There you go, because it still goes back to my legacy. And what have I done with my time? It's not about how great were you in your piety. It's what foundation have I laid financially that will give me the esteem and respect where I will not be forgotten. If I get the position of high priest or governor, I'll put myself in position to be a top dog. Because that's what everybody is shooting for. All these guys, Alcimus, Menelaus, they're trying to be governors of the region. That's what they're all shooting for. And it started with that group, I forgot their name already, that was trying to be the top, it was a guy named Joseph, I think, the top tax farmer in the region.
The Tobias.
Tobias. Thank you. It started with the Tobias pushing for that position of elitism. And then all of a sudden, Israel like, that's the position that I want. So let me try to be the high priest, and then I can work myself into the position of governor of the region, of the city, then the region. Because that's how I can leave a name that won't be easily forgotten. It's no different than us sitting back here and trying to get high up in the corporate world. It was ambition. Ambition leads to the wickedness. Fear that you'll be forgotten leads to you going to the left-hand side. Fear of not controlling your destiny leads to wickedness.
Yeah, and if I could bring this point out, Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 2, verse 16.
2:16.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 16. For there is no remembrance of the wise more than of the fool forever.
Go ahead.
Seeing that which now is in the days to come
He says, seeing now that is in the days to come. Read on.
Shall all be forgotten.
He said, the problem is, the wise die just like the fool died.
Yep.
And both of them shall be what?
Forgotten.
Read on.
And how dieth the wise man as the fool?
And he says, and it sucks to think that you have to try your best to be wise, and you're going to end up dying just like the fool that had no care of being wise. Both end up in the same place. Read on.
God. It says, yea, I hated all my labor.
But when you think about it too much, what do?
Start hating your labor.
You start hating the work that
This
you
is a
do.
key point to listen to.
Because it's going. Listen, it's going. Listen, what Shamshuan is saying is what Wisdom Solomon ends up saying down the line. Because the brother is asking a legitimate question also online. He's like, should we sit back here and not work harder? Should we not sit back here and dedicate ourselves to being better at our businesses and our endeavors? Great question. But this thought and this seed in our head can turn evil very quickly. And what Shamshuan is explaining is that desire for improvement ends up turning into a desire to compromise for improvement. And that's that fine line that kicks in with ambition.
Corporate does that.
Because how ambitious are you? I think all of us understand
how much is enough?
That as we're climbing up the corporate ladder, we're climbing up the business ladder, in order to cross that glass ceiling, everybody knows that glass ceiling. Berto, stand up. Everybody knows that glass ceiling. What do you have to do to cross over that glass ceiling?
Compromise.
There's something that you got to do to get that promotion. There's certain work you got to do to elevate yourself that's in your control of just working hard, being the first at the job and the last to leave the job. But then it comes to a point where that's not enough.
It's a crossroads.
Esau calls you, are you a team player or not? When you're a team player, now it's not about how hard you work. It's about how well you fit in.
And a new law right now, because a lot of our people make up the military. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans are a large proportion of the United States military. And they got a law coming up probably by next year that says if you're on a shaven profile, you have a couple of months to fix your problem. Like if you have a shaven profile, you don't have to shave your beard. They said if you don't get the right treatment within a certain amount of time, within a year, to where you can come off that shaven profile and you can treat it, you can treat your skin where you can shave it off again. If it's not treated within a time, then you'll be removed from the service. So then you got to ask yourself, you know what? Because a lot of Israelites are in the military, but they use shaving profiles so as to not shave.
Well, listen, a lot of people took the tickets to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's just another way to say you took a medical procedure to stay in the military.
Yeah,
and it didn't work out very good for a lot of us. Some of us got heart conditions now because of it. Got sick trying to fit in. Sat back and destroyed our bodies to fit in. The question is, how far are you going to push to fit in? And I think everybody gets pushed to that limit. Because I know for us, there's hard work and dedication, and then it's how far you want to push to really get paid. How much are you going to compromise in your life to go to the next level?
We have certain contracts that where we can wear fringes. We can wear fringes. We've been wearing fringes, but we got new laws now saying in the warehouse, one of our pickups is why you got to tuck your shirt in.
Huh?
You got to tuck your chain in. You got menorahs on your chain. You got shields on your chain. Tuck your chain in. You're not allowed to wear your chain.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the Esau knows the more I can strip your identity, the more you're gonna either break,
compromise,
or you're gonna give in. You're gonna quit or you're gonna give in. And Esau knows how to put us in positions to make us make a decision. And we all get to that point where, in order for me to ascend higher, I got to either say, okay, I've achieved what I needed to achieve, or if I compromise a little bit more, you
A little
know,
more.
then if I do the tailgate parties,
Yep.
if I do the tailgate parties at the pole spots where there's women on poles, if I do the tailgate parties and if I do the luncheons, if I do the Thanksgiving and the Christmas parties, and I do all these pagan holiday parties, then they'll keep. I'm rubbing elbows. They'll keep moving me up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it gets to a point to really get to that next level. They want to see who you really are, and then after they see who you really are, then the next question is, I want to see your dirt. Because I'm not going to show you my dirt unless I see your dirt. And that's how you get higher up in these positions that people covet. They want to be comfortable around you. They got to trust you. So it gets everything. It gets beyond hard work and dedication. To really get elevated, to really go to the next level, you got to give more than just, because everybody works hard. Once you get to the top, everybody works hard.
Yeah.
Everybody's committed. Everybody's dedicated. Everybody's intelligent.
You have to conform eventually to the heathenistic customs. And they have a belief system and they have a principle that they have a tradition that they're not coming off of. And normally we're the ones that break. They don't be breaking for us. They'll be like, oh man, you're Hebrew. You know what, I might as well come off all these customs for you.
Yeah.
Only words that did was what Paul said. He was talking to the Roman power figure and he said, you're persuading me to be a Jew.
Yeah.
It's very rare.
But did he become a Jew?
No.
He just said, man, listen, for that moment you made me feel a certain way. I'm gonna go eat I'm gonna slap my mother some pork when I get home.
Yeah.
But right now you kind of got me.
And that's why Shashawan's point is relevant, because it's showing we have to find a way. Yes, we have to not just sit here and be in the slums, and not care, and walk around with broken glass and holes in our clothes, and not care, and have dirty houses, and not shit.
That is not what we're teaching.
We're not teaching that. We don't teach that.
To be slummy and lazy and just we read Bibles and fart,
drag our feet,
fart and dirty T-shirts out.
Drag our feet.
Yeah.
we don't take care of ourselves, nah, bro.
No, we don't teach that. But there's always a point. I think we're going to. There's a point where we get what there's a line that we can't cross.
You'll know it when you see it. Because you'll know it because it makes you feel a certain type of way. You'll feel uncomfortable when you know you're being pushed to strip away your identity.
Yeah.
To forfeit your identity to fit in.
Yeah.
Everybody knows because you won't feel good. You'll get that. Your conscience will let you know something's not right about this for what they're asking me.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this? Me having to reveal myself this way and strip who I am and what I believe in and my morality, compromise my morality.
How good I'll do at the job.
Yeah. What does that got to do with my performance on the job?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing at all.
What is this? What does my shirt got to be tucked in for? You know what I'm saying? Or just why can't I? What is my Bible on my desk in the office?
Why is it offensive?
Why is that offensive to so many people? That where my Bible is open on my desk,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't. You'll know when you're being told to do something that's it's not right, man. It ain't got nothing to do with my job.
And then what happens is once you draw a line in the sand, then your job is to train the next guy that comes and takes your spot. That ends up happening also. Your job is going to be, okay, if you don't want to go any further, you're going to train the next person that takes over your spot.
I know when I got the truth, every lunch break, I was hitting people up. Every lunch break I had, we're going to spend the lunch break talking about the Bible. Until my boss said, listen, man, you can't bring the Bible to work with me.
There you go.
You can't bring the Bible. You got to have this freedom of religion. You got to let people believe what they want to believe. Then I say, I got to look for another job. Because, I'm not going to stop. It's almost like the Most High light a fire in you. You can't put that out. What are you going to do with the Most High light a fire of wisdom and truth in you? You supposed to shut that down?
And just don't listen. That was Shamshawan's story. That was Shamshawan's breaking point. Other people will say, I'm going to use wisdom. I ain't going to teach like that. I'm just going to use wisdom and do my thing for the Lord by myself. Cool, you can do that. And then they're going to put you in a corner in a different way.
Yep.
There's always a
because everything in life, you're going to have to make a decision how far you want to take it.
Yep.
And there's no getting around that. And that's how you know how serious are you about your family, your legacy, about how short of time you have on earth, and what you want to do about that. Because the Most High puts us in life to truly mortify the ego and your fear. And because this chapter in chapter 2 of Wisdom of Solomon is really attacking the idea that I'm gonna be busting my tail and I'm not gonna have nothing to show for it at the end. That's what this is about.
And that's why I want to get this last verse.
Yes.
Verse 17.
God.
Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 17. Therefore, I hated life.
He said, because you know what? When you look at, you start analyzing how short life is, and you don't got no time for you, and I don't got enough time to enjoy myself. It's work. It's give. It's take. Everybody's pulling on me. I don't have no time for me. So what does a person start doing with their life?
Start hating their life.
They start hating their life because it feels like I'm just expending myself out to everybody, but I'm getting nothing in return. Yes, sir.
And then they'll start hating their life when they start seeing other people having fun.
Yeah, that
They
freedom.
don't get to
They're on
enjoy that
skateboards,
same-
Yeah.
They don't enjoy that same life.
No, they don't.
They're on a certain course.
Because look at how these people can live their life and enjoy themselves, but I'm stuck having to be on this wheel, this mouse in the wheel, and I'm just kind of spinning my wheels. I'm just on this
Everybody is benefiting from counsel, and you got to go home to stress and more counsel.
Yeah.
Then what good is doing this for? Listen, you don't think Ecclesiastes 2 sounds like Solomon's life?
Yeah.
Solomon gave his life to building temples and managing business and responsibility and teaching and giving and giving and teaching and teaching and giving and giving and teaching. And he's like, all this is done. What's next?
Nothing.
It's all a waste of time because he's like, I'm gonna build this up. My son, this guy ain't reading his Hebrew letters very
He's
well.
a fool.
Yeah.
No, you don't think he picked up at a young age? This dude didn't have it out. This guy didn't figure. He ain't learning his Hebrew letters very well. He's sitting back here.
Ta-za.
he's like cha-za, cha. Like, nah, it's cha. It's not cha, son. Cha. Oh man, and Lord, the junior ain't got it out. I love him to death, but Junior ain't got it. We're gonna work through this, Junior.
You know, the truth of it is, nobody would have it. Solomon was the wisest man on earth.
I got it. You get my point.
I know what I'm saying, but I say that because regardless, he gonna be disappointed. Even if
That's my point. He's like, man, Junior's sitting back here running the streets at 18. He's like, man, this guy ain't got it, bro. This guy's gonna mess up. He gonna mess up the kingdom, right? He chasing bronze at 18. He ain't even focused. What about that next week? This kingdom's going to hell.
All his work is for nothing.
That's the point.
That's a hell of a realization.
But the problem is sometimes, the more wise you are, the further you can see down the line, then you realize it's all vanity.
Get discouraged.
But you can't focus on that. You got to focus day to day. Because what good is thinking down the line doing for Solomon? Did for Solomon. All he did is start sitting back and getting women.
Yep.
And then doing what they do to get off. Whether it's spiritually or mentally, he had to, let me find some pleasure with that. Because everything else is just work. I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring it up. You're a perfect scripture.
Con. Finish that.
Con. It says, Ecclesiastes 2 and 17. Therefore I hated life, because the work that is wrought under the sun is grievous unto me.
He said, this work that's brought under the sun is what?
Grievous unto me.
He said, it's grievous unto me. Meaning, this work, it bothers me when I start thinking about, what am I doing all the work for? Why am I doing all this work? Who is it benefiting? And it's only for a short time. It's not even going to benefit for a future generation. Read on.
For all is vanity and vexation of spirit.
And what the mentality that it puts you in is a mentality of despair.
Yes.
It brings about a disparity. He says that in verse 20. Read verse 20.
Con. Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 20. Therefore I went about to cause my heart to despair.
Now get the definition of despair. Because what he's saying is, if I think about this too much, if I start thinking about the fact that my life of discipline will, as soon as I leave, it'll be undone by the next generation. By the very next generation, everything I work for will become untethered, unscrewed, and fall apart as soon as I die. All this hard work. He said what in verse 20?
He says, therefore I went about to cause my heart to despair.
And what is that definition of despair?
Despair. 1828 Webster's Dictionary. Point number 1. Hopelessness.
So what happens when you think about the fact that I did nothing for myself? Everything I work for is going to fall apart in the next generation. All this is good for nothing. It's only temporary.
This is a temporary period of time.
It's a temporary pleasure.
It's temporary success at the moment.
Yeah. I'm trying to build generational wealth.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee to do that.
There's no guarantees.
So you'll start doing what? When you're hopeless, you'll start doing. What will happen if you develop this mind? He says hopelessness. What else?
A hopeless state.
It said when you get it. This is the state of mind Solomon is explaining that he got into. Because he was thinking about all this work, all this discipline, all this routine, and it's not even going to last. So what does it make a man do or a woman do is say, well, I might as well go for me.
I might as well tap into indulgence.
I might as well enjoy myself then.
Yeah.
Why work so hard? I might as well diminish all my efforts.
Yeah.
So I might as well just go start seeking pleasure.
Or I might as well work and do something that gives me an immediate gratification from it.
Yep.
Which leans over time into indulgence.
And that's what's going to go into Wisdom Solomon too. But yeah, it's perfect.
Finish that.
It says a destitution.
They said, but your mind will go from despair and what?
Destitution.
Read.
Of hope.
Of what?
Of hope.
So why the hell I go to work every day? Why am I working so hard? Why am I working so hard if all of this is for nothing? By the next 20 years, as soon as I hand over this throne, it's going downhill. It's going straight downhill. That means I wasted my life for what?
And
I did all this work for what?
And this was the mind of Solomon before, when he was starting to become and transition from righteous Solomon to negative Solomon.
You can tell, listen, I'm not trying to interpret this the wrong way, but you can tell in the tone of Ecclesiastes a spirit of despair.
Yeah.
If you read Ecclesiastes,
It's true.
there is a spirit of despair in this book. There's a lot of understanding there too, but the tone is way different than other chapters. Am I right or wrong? A lot of times he sits back here and he'll sit back and explain an entire life and get to the end of it and say it's all vanity. But even at the end in Ecclesiastes, he says when it still boils down to it, you still got to love the Most High and serve Him.
Yep.
That's it. That's the end of the understanding. Regardless of how the feeling that it's fruitless of going this entire process, it might feel that way, but you still got to do what He wants you to do and find happiness in the work of your hands under the sun
For the Lord.
towards the Lord.
Yep.
And he says that is, he keeps saying in Ecclesiastes, that's where you find happiness. You find happiness in the work of your brow and the commitment that you do for the Lord. And that should be enough. But these people in Wisdom Solomon 2, they're not content with their lot in life, with the work of their hands. They want more. That's the difference.
When we say more, we're not saying more.
It's going to go into the
for
more.
the purpose of building their nation and spiritual fulfillment.
It's going to go into
It's
it.
just more for
Them.
it's the illusion that if I gain more, I will be happy. That's always the illusion, because as soon as you think you're going to be happy, guess what? There's something else you don't got. The 2025, 2026 Cadillac come out.
Well, what do you got 2020 Cadillac? It don't feel the same as that 2025.
It's not as hot no more.
No.
Because the new one is out. It got facial recognition. You got facial recognition now. I don't got that. There's always a void in the flesh that is pronounced.
Yeah.
And this is why.
That's why Jake always gets new cell phones.
Yeah.
How come the iPhone, whatever the hell, ain't good enough?
Well, they
Why
make
you
money
get
off the
17?
premise. That premise is how they make money.
I know.
Yep.
The fact that you're not fulfilled, you need more, is how I'm going to continue to keep my corporation going.
Yes.
Because they know the nature of people.
And we'll go into that in a couple weeks too. You got more there?
Yeah, just finish that.
What verse was that?
It was Ecclesiastes 2:20.
So I want to finish it real quick.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 20.
Berto, sit down, man. Come on. I need you there.
But it was that definition of despair.
Go ahead, Ecclesiastes in the Bible, right?
Yes,
Ecclesiastes in the Bible. Let me get it. You said 2 and 20? 1 second.
I was right there.
I'm just trying to call the page number out.
Yeah, read it. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 2:20. Read that.
220. That's page 480 in the black book, the class Bible. It's page 480.
Oh, yeah, that's it. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah, read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 20. Therefore I went about to cause my heart to despair.
And that despair means to that of which is no hope. And it says a loss of hope in the mercy of the Most High. So what it does is it takes your mind away from even wanting to serve the Lord. Because that means that I'm going to do all this work. The Most High is not taking any notice of it because all of it's going to fall apart anyway by the next generation.
Or there's a despair because I'm working my tail off and I just have enough to get by today.
Yep.
And it's despairing that I got to bust my tail to tread water in life. I want to sit back here and work and do something that I don't have to be stressing out every day about where I'm going to eat, what's going to happen next month, or 2 months by now, or 6 months by now. That mentally really bothers people. The lack of security, the lack of understanding that down the line I'm going to be taken care of too. People hate that feeling, and it affects them negatively.
The lack of predictability in life.
And that can change a man's mind. That's damaging to a man's mind that's working hard, showing discipline, and is on the right path. He's not going to stay on that path long if he starts overthinking the future
and trying to control what goes down the line.
Right. And that's why Solomon is saying this is vexing. When he's thinking about it, it's bothering him to think about it.
Yes.
And it's like all of us, if we don't have hope in the Most High, then we'll all get to the point of why the hell am I doing anything?
Yep.
Why am I doing anything then?
Yeah.
If it's going to be for nothing anyway. As soon as you know it's for nothing, you quit.
Yep.
That's what we do naturally.
Or as long as I sit back and think that I can just bust my tail and just be mid-level and everything, just have enough to survive, that discourages people. The funny thing is, what did Christ say in his Lord's Prayer? What did Christ prayed for his what bread?
Daily bread.
Daily bread. People are depressed because they got their daily bread.
Yeah.
Listen, if he's giving you your daily bread, does that mean that your CPS bill is going to be completely paid?
No.
Does that mean your SAWS or your water bill is going to be completely paid with daily bread? All that means is you might have enough to pay half of your CPS bill, half of your water bill. Is the water still on? That means you got your what? That means if you're getting pink slips on bills, is he still giving you your daily bread? But it's just the pressure that next month, guess what? Your check is already what? Accounted for.
Yep.
Most I still say to give you your daily bread. Why is that a vexation? Because we don't like feeling that pressure month to month. The pressure annoys us.
Yep.
Because that's where it says we were born of all adventure. The idea of stress and pressure raining on you every day psychologically messes with people's minds. And they seek to make moves to alleviate that pressure. And then the more you try to alleviate that pressure, the more you get drawn into a situation where you got to compromise right from wrong. You'll get pushed to a position where doing your job isn't enough. Once you get to that point, you got to make a decision. Is living day to day enough? Or being comfortable, is that what you really got to have? Continue in your verse.
Or the condition of, I have a lot, but then people need a lot. Because that's the same thing too.
Yeah.
Some of us do get bumps and benefits and opportunities to have a certain amount in the bank.
Yep.
I've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look up, and then
these
situations happen.
Mm-hmm.
When this increases, need increases.
Yep.
And then it opens the door for you to be like, well, let me just pretend like I'm not doing it.
I didn't see that need. I don't know what you said. I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear that one. I didn't hear what you said.
Let me pretend
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I'm not doing so well today.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Oh, the camp got some situations.
Be warm and filled.
Listen,
Be warm and
The
filled.
camp has to have faith.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to have faith.
I had to have faith. Why can't everybody else have faith?
Yes.
So there is a position
That's a fact.
There's the day-to-day position where God is gonna be this forever, and then there's a little relief. Your shoulders are tense.
Wasn't it Ananias?
You're sleepy at night, and your sleep at night is not like that stressful. Like you can sleep, and it's not that bad. But then you look up, and these misfortunate events keep happening.
Ananias. Remember Ananias in Acts?
Yeah.
Ananias had worked hard and had a little stash of money, man.
Yeah.
He had savings.
Yeah.
And the camp was like, listen, man, the camp is broke.
We can't feed the
We can't take it to the children of Israel. If anybody has something, we need to pool our resources together to take care of the families.
Here we go.
Then Ananias and his river like this. It's cricket like this.
Yeah. How much you said that land for? I can't. I don't got the paperwork on me.
It was a foreclosed property, man. It was a crazy deal that happened. You know what I mean?
I don't even know if we made a profit on that.
He was like,
the housing market is crazy out here in Athens. It's Athens housing market. It's like this world.
It's laws. It's Caesar.
It's Caesar. He's cramping down on the black neighborhood, black community. What he did is he divided the property. He's coming in. He gonna bring his Greek estates in here.
Yeah.
You talk that talk because you don't really want to come up with what you got. Because that's what the Lord does too. If he blesses you, hell, even Paul said that. Paul said you got to sit back here. Where is that chapter? He said you got to sit back and convince the rich to give everything they got up to help the body.
Charge the rich, yeah.
Yes. If you can find that, because it really goes on par with the topic. I think it's in Timothy somewhere, or I don't know. But Paul said, listen, something with the rich had to come off what they had to take care of them. I got it. I think this is it. Nope. Let me see.
Yeah, 1 Timothy 6.
Okay, 1 Timothy.
1 Timothy 6.
Yeah, read 1 Timothy 6 and 17. 1 Timothy chapter 6 and 17.
1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world.
Well, listen, Paul said, listen, the ones who are successful, who have done a lot of good and were savvy with their money and doubled and tripled their money and were put in a position to be blessed. He says, charge them that are rich. Read on.
In this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches.
So what is he saying? He says, listen, and as we all understand, the more money you got, the bigger your what is. The bigger your bills are. I'm not quoting the Biggie verse. I'm just saying, there's not more money, more problems. This is more money you got, the bigger your expenses and your bills are. But he's saying, along with that, the rich are supposed to still have to give so that they not trust in their riches. What does that mean? That means the ones with the bigger homes, the bigger finance and income, he says they should still give to the church to where they still feel that check-to-check experience. Isn't that what he's saying?
And we're not asking us personally aren't asking for anything, but we're saying
we're not asking
that these scenarios happen in the building of all the churches in that time period. These scenarios happen.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're serving the Most High, you should be giving to the church. I'm saying that.
Okay.
Am I directly asking you to give? We don't get very much tithes, and nor do we ask. But if we're going to sit back here and deal scripturally, Paul said the ones that are rich should have to give. So that big nest egg they're holding on to should get chipped down. So they won't be high-minded. Because he's telling you that pursuit of riches leads to pride. And that pride leads to a disconnect from the Heavenly Father. So he's saying, in order to stay connected to the Heavenly Father, you have to be in a particular range that makes you kind of sweat it a little bit. This is the Bible. This isn't the book of a war. Read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches.
So he's like, instead of you stacking your money and being comfortable, some of those resources should go to people who really need it. And in the process of that exchange, now you might have the big house and the big car, but when that money is tight, it keeps you humble, and so you don't forget where everybody else is coming from. Because when you're too comfortable, you forget the struggle. You forget what it means to lose. You forget what it means to really depend on the Most High on a daily basis. So he's saying, give so that you don't get that comfortable. But then when you read in Wisdom Solomon 2, these people are tired of being check to check, day to day, situation for situation. They hate that. And they're trying to get comfortable enough to tap into that high-mindedness. Because serving the Most High really don't matter. Once again, why are we going back into Wisdom Solomon chapter 2 like this? And where Shamshon was going? Because this is the motivation behind that constant struggle in the nation. This is why Menelaus is sitting back here and was caused so much havoc. Alcimus is causing so much havoc. The hatred of the idea that they got to live check to check is eating at these men.
So you're saying that there was two factions in the nation. One faction was about returning and reverting back to the laws and principles of the Heavenly Father. And the other aspect of the nation was motivated by gain, and they want to convert to the Greek customs and ways. And they're trying to block those that are coming back to the Father because it's going to stop their business ventures.
Yes, because you know why? Because this is still a battle of classism.
That's not, because we always talk about racism, but before there's racism amongst our own people, there's what premise?
This is black and black crime. This is classism. And there's a faction of Israelites that don't want to live check to check. There's another faction of Israelites, based on their condition, they just wanted enough to feed their families. This is what this is about. This is why the Most High gave Israel a period of time where, in the Most High's position, we were prosperous. We're going to go into all of this in a few weeks, I promise, on a Monday class. But there was a period of time where the Most High said we were prosperous. But then there was another faction that said there was nothing but chaos and hell in the city. Which one was who was seeing it the right way? Because you know what the Most High was saying is, when we were prosperous, the taxation that we had to give to the nations was at a minimum. That was prosperity in the Most High's eyes.
Minimum taxation for you.
But minimum taxation just means what? We have enough to pay our bills. But the idea of having enough to pay our bills, in another person's eyes, is my life is uncertain. My life is at all adventure. It's all stressful. Because having enough to pay my bills, in a lot of people's eyes, is not living. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Having enough to pay my bills and just have a basic car ain't living. For a lot of our people.
Because our eyes are bigger than our stomach.
That's the point, because we don't appreciate what the Lord promised us in Deuteronomy 28 as what a successful nation is in the Most High's eyes.
And
we'll go into that later.
And I just want to bring this up. That's a point that we never learned from the very beginning when we were in the wilderness coming out of Egypt.
Done.
And just real quick on that point, Exodus 16, read verse 3. Just read it fast, because it's something that it's a mind frame that you brought out. And we got to finish Timothy, because the one you brought out is perfect, and all the way down to 19.
Exodus 16 is page 54.
Yeah.
And because that Timothy is
I don't think we're going to get past Wisdom Solomon 2, but I'm down with it. We get that, we get this, and this will be enough. Because this is important. It sets the tone as to why this faction keeps rising up. It's like, dude, why do these guys keep going to the king?
Because it's not enough just to say they were wicked. We can't just make a broad blanket statement.
Alcimus is wicked. Menelaus is wicked. It's the wicked. But let's understand the psychology of the wicked, because once you understand the psychology of the wicked, you realize that you're wicked too.
Important.
And there's elements of wickedness in you. And if the question would be, if you had the power to make a move, would you make the move? Because there's a difference between a person who is unhappy about their condition and another person that's unhappy about their condition but has the power and means
They can press the button
to change scenarios.
Yes.
Because that's the difference between the black man and the white man. Niggas can't control nothing. So we'll just watch videos and window shop like 50 said.
I wish. I so wish.
We'll go to Lock and Terror and window and say, ooh, look at those shoes. This is fire.
Yeah.
One day I might get it.
The concept.
One day I might get these outfits. Ooh, that car looks fire to buy. How much that car cost? Ooh, 70,000. Can I test drive it?
Hell no.
No. You can't test drive it.
You just go rent it.
What's your credit score? I'm working on it.
You ever see Jake go to those, like, Esau calls it's the Parade of Homes, right? Parade of Homes is all in the 1604 and I-10. It's what are those homes called? 1604 and I-10. It's the Dominion.
Dominion.
And there's a thing called the Parade of Homes, where people can go in there and look at the homes in the Dominion that are for sale. And all the poor folks be going there, ooh, this is a fire, this is a mansion, this is fire. And you're like, okay, man, I guess we said everybody can come.
They have a furnace.
But the purpose of people going to the Dominion is people who are buyers.
Yeah.
Not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants to go look at the houses. And then Jake's taking pictures like this.
Stop it.
Like, come on, I'm serious.
It's bad.
It's the truth. These are facts.
You gotta look at
This is facts.
Or you got the Jake that shot a music video in one of the houses.
Oh, my God, man.
Then they forced them by law to take it down.
Yes, sir.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, they said
bad.
what
This is what happens. This is what happens, huh? So what's the point? That's on that, Tim. Or you have Esau that can actually make moves to execute their dreams.
Yeah.
And the question is, if you had the power to get what you wanted, would you do it at all costs?
If you had the option of upward mobility, is what they call it in the world.
Yes.
They call it upward mobility.
At the risk of taking advantage of somebody else, would you do it?
But you can get that, but at the risk of certain people, certain scenarios, certain situations, can you live with that?
But because this is what Alcimus and Menelaus had in their power. They were politically at the top.
Yep.
They were backed financially to a degree. Now I just got to make a phone call and then treat this one guy, and my life could change overnight forever. This is what we're trying to explain. There was a statement that a lot of times what keeps people from making mistakes is just air and opportunity.
That's true.
Air and opportunity is what keeps people from compromising right from wrong. So as we're reading about Alcimus, how wicked he was, Menelaus, how wicked he was, let's really focus on what was inside of them so that we understand when these things are inside of us, how to kill these things inside of us. Because what was inside of them is inside of us.
How to break the vices.
They just had the power to fuel what was inside of them.
That's true.
And we don't have the power to fuel what's inside of us.
To their degree.
And this is why the Most High has actually given us mercy.
Yeah.
Not to give us the leverage and the power to ruin and corrupt ourselves.
Wow.
Because he actually loves us enough not to give us enough options to totally and utterly destroy ourselves.
Can I give an example of that?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be overboard with this example, but it's an example. Social media likes. When people get a certain amount of attention that they're not used to.
Now you're an influencer now?
No, I'm not used to this degree of eyeballs on me.
Yeah.
I'm not used to this degree of compliments. But
Can't tell nobody nothing.
But I'm in a restricted, faithful relationship.
Oh, you talking about that.
But as I'm in this relationship and I'm getting all this attention, now the option pops out. Well, I can market myself at a higher level. I can
upgrade.
I can upgrade to a higher bidder, and I can live a different lifestyle now because I have access to more suitors. My access was only this high school and this school district. Now my access.
School district, that's so funny.
My access is only this school district. Now my access.
This neighborhood.
Oh, this neighborhood and this circle, these friend groups. But now my access is a higher scale because there is a platform.
Now I got athletes hitting me up.
There's a digital platform for you where now you can be shopped for from different parts of the country / world. And you have access to higher brackets of income and money.
I'll fly you out. I'll fly you out.
So now, do you play the I'm just the cute girl in the neighborhood role? Or do you play the I can be flown out and have greater experiences?
Let me see where my beauty can take me.
Let me see where my beauty can take me. That's
So there was a saying, just on that point, in refers to relationships. They said fidelity is only based upon the power you have.
optionality.
So everybody they were talking about like athletes and how they cheat on their spouses. They said, listen, people's fidelity in marriages are only based on how many options they have.
That's why the term "what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas"
God.
is such a legitimate term for people because it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
Some people, when they leave the arena or your presence, they have no fidelity.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as fidelity
Yep.
because
It's hard to be humble when you're stunting on a jumbotron. When you have options and you're loved and you're idolized, then it's harder to sit back here and maintain morals and ethics.
Baby, I was in Mexico. What does that mean? What does I was in Mexico mean? We married for 10, 15 years. Well, I was in Mexico. What does that mean? Did the rules change because you crossed the border?
Yes.
Yeah.
For them.
And this is why this class is relevant, because people change based off their opportunity. So this is about maintaining the spirit of integrity and having spiritual ethics and a spiritual foundation where you're liable to the Father.
Let me show you an example. Look at the map that I'm about to pop on the screen. Not that one. There's a point I'm trying to drive here. Not this one. This one. Okay. When you're dealing with a lot of the problems going on in Israel, you see at the top of the hill, you have the temple, right? The temple's on top. You're not hearing about a lot of the bickering and the fighting here at the bottom of the city. Because the bottom of the city is where the poor folk, the poorer folks are.
Lower tier, yes.
The issues are at Accra and all this fortification at the top. This is where a lot of the beef is happening. Because a lot of the problems are happening with the Israelites that have more money, that are more in a higher end neighborhoods. The Jews that are more in affluent neighborhoods and have greater education.
Well, they have greater input in society.
That's the point. They have more options. They're more educated. Now you have choices. This is where all the fighting and the commotion starts. Everybody else is on the bottom of the totem pole. They're just living and scratching and surviving. It's get good times out. Still good times in the South.
Yeah.
At the North, now there's people that have a little bit more options, and as your options get higher, now the option to do more damage to your people fuels. It's no different than when the princes of Judea were taking advantage of the people.
The wicked nobles.
It was the nobles, but why were they wicked? Were they
Yeah,
wicked because they were wicked, or were they wicked because they had options? They were nobles. This is what the Most High was trying to abolish and take away the nobles and the kings. Because a little bit of power, absolute power, does what? Corrupts absolutely. So now the Most High put it in the hands of the priest. But then the Greeks were like, we're going to call you priest or king.
Yep.
Remember that the Greeks were calling the priest the king.
Yep.
Some of the priests were humble. Some of the priests you couldn't tell them nothing.
that's life. Right?
And there you go. Then some of the priests are acting like they're bigger than just being a priest. This Alcimus guy is supposed to be focusing on the temple.
It's not though.
How can we end the temple?
Because he got bigger things to do.
That's my point. He's all of a sudden he's bigger than the temple. Like Alcimus and Menelaus is bigger than the temple, and they're never at the temple.
You deal with those lambs and those sheep and those.
Yeah, you
oxen.
kill them animals.
And you wash your hands.
Number two.
A whole bunch of times.
Listen, I'm above that.
Yeah.
I'm about having things.
Yeah.
I'm a politician.
There you go.
I'm an icon.
I'm an icon. It's even bigger than the
That's my point. I'm a social icon now. This is what Alcimus is on. But this is the
I'm
problem.
on a level.
It's the idea that I have power. Let me use it. Let me create political alliances.
What's power if you can't use it? Is the thinking too.
That's the point. And now I can take care of my family and the people down the line. Because isn't this what people fight for in the truth? They fight for position and rank so they can sit back here and be comfortable. People work hard at the job so they can get comfortable. right?
Yep.
But the funny thing is when people sit back here and they work hard and they realize there's no benefit for it, then people are despaired.
Yep.
And
People find that they're despaired because why did I work so hard for?
that's deep sadness.
People think back in the day I could be a general. Now it's easy living.
Nope.
Not if you're doing it the right way.
Not over here.
Not if you're doing it the right way.
No,
You're doing it the right way. You're gonna bust your tail.
What was the purpose of all those breakdowns and those matches out of the class? I got to see you do what the young men doing. Well, how about you serve them? You want to serve Christ?
That's the point.
You said you love Jesus, right?
But you see the point. And this is the dilemma that eats at people. They want this upward tick, and they want to be comfortable and be chieftain man. How? Do that. Do that. I smoke peace pipe and chill out. I'm native. That's why I talk that. I can say it because I'm native. All right. How? You know, go there. You go here. So listen, this is how we think. What are we trying to explain? We're trying to explain the condition of the wicked.
Yeah.
And why this wicked influence continues to be a destroying factor in the nation.
It's a more intricate dynamic than just the idea of being bad and good.
That's the point. You want to finish your verse out?
John, I was reading Exodus chapter 16, verse 16.
16 and 16.
16 and 16.
Exodus chapter 16 and verse 16.
Read that.
This is the thing which the Lord had commanded.
And so what the Most High was doing in Egypt was teaching lessons. These were ancient lessons that we never understood. Read on.
Gather of it every man according to his eating.
So now the Most High caused manna to fall down out of heaven, and he told the people, get what you can eat. Only get what you can eat. Read on.
An omer.
He said, and it was measured out to be an omer. He said that, which is a dry measure, instrument of dry measure, which is like, I forgot what the omer is in quantity of dry measure. But let's say if it's a quart per man. Read.
An omer for every man according to the number of your persons.
So you divide you measure out the manna and you divide it up, and everybody got the same amount. Read on.
Take ye every man for them which are in his tents.
Go ahead.
And the children of Israel did so,
Go
and
ahead.
gathered, some more, some less.
Now some went out and gathered the manna, because the manna was like it was like very small seeds. It was very tiny seeds that you had to gather up and come and prepare it and make it in the house. So it says some gathered more. Go ahead.
And some less.
And some gathered less. Read on.
And when they did meet it with an omer,
And when they brought it all in and measured it out and make sure it was the same amount for everybody, so everybody had the same equal amount of manna. Read on.
he that gathered much had nothing over.
So after you brought in, if you was a harder worker than somebody else, and you just so happened to bring in more manna that day than the next man, because maybe you had bigger hands or you was a little bit faster on your job, by the time you bring it into the storehouse, and by the time it's divided up, you still got the same amount, even though you may have worked harder, even though you may have done more. Read on.
And he that gathered little had no lack.
And the person that wasn't as speedy or as efficient still had the same amount as the guy that gathered more. Read on.
They gathered every man according to his eating.
Go ahead.
And Moses said, let no man leave of it till the morning.
He said, leave it alone. He says, don't try to store it. Don't try to save it for the next day. Don't try to hold on to it so that you could have a little bit extra for the next day. There's a lesson in that.
Yes.
The lesson in that is have faith that the Most High will drop enough for tomorrow.
And despite your talent, ability, the Most High's intention.
That's the part that hurts.
The matter of your education. There's a reason the scripture says knowledge puffs up. Because the more you know, the more you think you deserve to have.
Yep.
So then what he's saying, regardless of your talent level, your educational level, you're supposed to be content with what you need to get by for your family. And that concept is what's eating at these people in Wisdom of Solomon too. They can't take the fact that having enough to sustain my family should be good with them. What they're saying is having enough to live day to day is a hazard. It's hazard living. It's reckless living. Learning to live by faith is reckless. That's what they're saying.
Or it's handcuffs.
Well, but it's hazard. It's hazard. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Or with that, I'm with you 100%. It's also too, I can do more, I can have more. That's a mind killer. The guy that sweeps floors gets the same as the guy that's a surgeon. Get out of here with that. I worked hard. You both worked hard. One guy swept floors hard. You got your scalpel education, and you learned all the medicine hard. But we get the same reward.
And this is the problem that Christ had to deal with, even in his time, when he said he hired some to work for the same penny. Some started in the morning, some started in the evening, and they all got the same penny. But then the one that got the penny that worked all day had a problem with the guy that came in worked for an hour, still got the same penny. But that means that we never learned the lesson.
You know why? Because we can't get past elitism. It's still classism and elitism. If I think I'm working harder than you, I think I should get a better deal than you. And if I should get a better deal, let me sit back and try to craft a way for me to maintain leverage. It always boils down to classism. And why do I have to use my extra enhanced abilities to make your life more easier?
That's not fair.
Why can't I use my abilities to elevate me? That is literally the essence of why men go left. And what most I hated about our people, that's what the much is given, much is what?
Required.
What does that mean? I mean, the more I give you, the more you got to lose.
That's not
so that others can have. The more I've given you, the more talents and abilities I've given you, you're supposed to take those talents and abilities to make sure the ones that have less abilities, talents, can sustain themselves. And people hate that idea.
What was it all for then?
You know what it was for. I just told you what it was for. Well, what the Lord told us is your extra talents were supposed to be utilized so that people with less talents can be sustained. And that's how the nation can survive.
You're killing my motivation.
Now all of a sudden life is a hazard.
Now life sucks.
Yeah.
Now I'm despair. Now there's despair.
I'm not a bad person. I just want to enjoy the work of my. I get you.
No, when we go to extremes, all the Most High's teaching here is learn how to share.
Okay.
But we go to extremes and say, "You don't want me to have nothing, do you?"
Oh yeah.
That's what we tell the Lord. You don't want me to have nothing.
Yep.
It's not that the Lord don't want you to have.
You should have
nothing.
gave me the gun then.
Yeah. All he's saying is take what you got and learn how to disperse it. There's the haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
There shouldn't be the haves and the have-nots.
Yep.
There should be everybody have.
Make sure we're all good.
Where everybody's good. But what we say is, well, if I got to share what I worked hard to get, and this person is a bum, and this person is lazy, that's called politics.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I should share and sustain these individuals with my hard-earned tax dollars to pay for their food stamps and their Section 8 housing.
Why do you think Israel was tripping on the gleaning process?
And
Israel was tripping. What gleaning was, it was a law that after you sat back here and you got your crops during harvest season, you were supposed to leave a portion of your property, of your crops, out there for the porters to eat.
And not harvested.
And you know the crazy thing is, it doesn't matter if the person that goes and gleans off your land is a drunk, if he's Ned the wino.
I don't like that guy.
If he's a dope fiend.
Get out my yard.
I don't like this guy bringing down the value of my property. This guy sits back here. He takes too much.
Yeah.
He's back here. He's making too many buckets with him.
Or he used the bathroom in the field.
Oh my God!
You telling me that didn't happen back in the Jew time, Mike? You know damn well they was doing that, huh?
I gave you this.
You know Israel was taking whizzes in the yard out.
That's what I'm saying.
And you can smell urine. You can smell urine in the gleaning areas out.
Yeah.
You know that was happening,
You
right?
got to do this on my property.
And then you sleeping on my property, right? You tell me that wasn't an issue back
like
then?
3 weeks out.
That's my point, right? And he's sleeping. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm just sleeping. You got to deal with it.
Mary, stay away from over there. You don't know him.
Yes.
Don't be around there.
But this is a real thing. And that annoyance, you got to learn mercy and patience. But we don't want to deal with that crap.
Of vexation.
You know what Jake did? Israel sit back here and get rid of the food. Now you ain't going to be there.
We cut the craps and nobody's getting it.
That's the point. Yeah. But then now you make more profit. And that was the motivation behind the lords or the princes making the Jews work on the Sabbath. It's about getting more work and more productivity so I can make more money.
More work, more pay.
So it's always about the exploitation. And a lot of times in life, the opportunity for us to come up comes at the cost of exploiting somebody else.
But if we understand,
And that is called capitalism.
and we understand what the Most High is doing, He doesn't want us to have leverage or advantage over our brothers.
But the loss of leverage means that my life is at hazard.
Yeah.
The loss of leverage means somebody else can usurp me. The loss of leverage means somebody else can take advantage of me, and I will be in a weaker position.
Because we associate money with power.
Because it is.
Whoever has the most money has the most power, has the most say-so, has the most influence, has the most input.
And I don't want to lose that leverage. So I got to fight to control that leverage. That's where monopolies came from.
Or wait till I get my money right. You ain't going to be able to have no power over me.
God, that's literally a song.
Yeah.
So once again, we're showing the psychology behind this epidemic in the nation. We can't get rid of these selfish people. But once again, if you had the power, how would you disperse power? You can't say you wouldn't what you would do until you had it. Till you have the control in your hand to do what you want to do. You don't know what you do.
If I win a lottery, man, I'm going to bless the count.
Yeah, right. Because all of a sudden, every dollar in that you got in the with the money will be accounted for. And then, even if you might have set some money aside, then your mind says, "Man, you can do something. You can do something else with that. You can make another move with that."
Yeah.
And there will be a little itch
Or a little regret, a little bias.
or a little regret from giving it up. Anyway, let's continue. Are you done with that?
Almost.
Okay.
Finish that?
Verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Exodus chapter 16 and verse 20. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses.
It said, but when Moses was trying to input this lesson that came from the Lord about sharing, about having the same amount as the next man, he said they didn't do what?
Hearken not unto Moses.
They didn't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear, I got to share what I worked hard for with the guy that didn't work hard as me.
And nobody likes the idea that I have to just take enough for me.
Yeah.
People hate the idea that I can't take something and store some more for a rainy day.
Yeah.
That destroys, that vexes people.
What's a bad crop year?
That I don't have enough to have enough for me, and I'm comfortable in the back.
I can lose my situation in a blink.
That is maddening for carnal men.
Why are you mad at me? Because I can work harder. I'm more advantageous, and I have
I'm
a
more
way.
industrious.
I'm more industrious. I have a way to make more money. Why are you mad at me?
God.
I got more. I reap more manna. So is it only fair that I able to keep some for myself?
I made me a wooden gin that can make me scoop up the scoop up the man a little better than you. You be hating on my ingenuity,
right?
That's the point.
Read.
But some of them left of it until the morning.
Go ahead.
And it
which means they took it home and they saved it. They try to save it for the next day. I try to have a nest egg. I try to have something in the bank.
Exactly.
That means I tried to save it and put some aside. So and that means that if I put some aside, I may not have to work as hard the next day.
But hold on. You know what that also means? If you did that, that means you took something from somebody else who needed it.
Yeah.
If I set something aside for my family, that means there wasn't enough for another family. That means another family lost out. Because if the Most High laid out enough for everybody, that means He's saying, I expect that you guys should be on an honor system. Because I put up enough manna for everybody to have enough. That means if you took extra, somebody else had what?
Less.
Had less. That's always the dynamic we always deal with.
Or it could have went to somebody else.
I know, that means somebody came up short.
Yeah.
Like that rapper guy said that. You're going to come up short tonight.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. If I'm getting extra, somebody else is coming up short that day.
Or let me bust my tail today and gain a lot today so I can chill tomorrow. I want to off the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have to work as hard.
Because that's a real thing too. Let me stack. I'm going to go all out today. I'm going all out on Monday. And then I'm going to chill. I'm going to have enough for Tuesday and Wednesday. So I got plans.
I'm going to take this week
I
off.
got plans out.
Listen, it's either that or I'm just going to keep taking extra every day. Then I can start selling it. I can start selling this man on the side.
I can trap it now.
It's one or the other.
Listen, there's different personality types.
Entrepreneurial minds. It's either you're entrepreneurial, which is a taker, Or I'm gonna sit back here. I'm a lazy guy. I'm just gonna work hard on Monday and chill out by Thursday.
I'm industrious and I want to flip something, or I want extra so I can be lazy and slothful and chill.
Or when the block is dry, I can double the cost for it.
That's the entrepreneur.
Because now I control. If I can monetize the manna,
You flipping pies now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know.
It's a dry spell out here.
I got 6 pounds,
and I'm the only one with this work.
That's my point.
So I can up the cost now.
Yeah.
Manna's up for $2. It's $2 more today. It's $2 more per pound.
I'm controlling the manna market.
Yeah, I'm controlling it now. Now you got to come to me. You ain't got to go to Moses. You got to come to me now.
Brother.
Finish that.
But some of them left of it until the morning,
And what does the Most High do? Read.
and it bred worms.
And what does the Most High do with your extra money? If you don't use,
He burns a hole in your pocket.
if you don't use your extra resources properly, and you don't distribute it to those that have need, guess what? You're not going to benefit from it either.
What Shamshawan means when he just said is, if I don't sit back here and take enough from me and disperse out to the people who need it, and I'm back at square one, he gonna bring me back to square one regardless. He gonna bring me back to square one way or the other.
You're not going to see the benefits of it. It's not going to go to. It's not going to go to you as planned. You may have plans for it because it's extra, but those plans will fail. All the Most High is doing is he's controlling the resources that you may decide with a crooked mind is a leverage for me to have and my family.
This is why tithing was such an uncomfortable topic. He said your tithing, the best of your fruits, had to go right off the top to the Lord.
It's not fair, quote unquote.
So now I got to give the best of what I got off the top, and I got to deal with whatever's left. How does that psychologically dealing with your bills? When the top portion got to go to the Most High, and now you got to deal with the rest, regardless how your mounting bills are stacking on you. How does that operate with you psychologically? It puts you in an automatic state of distress. Because you know how we think about giving? We do all of our bills, and whatever's left, we give the Most High. That's how we do it. Come on, who does the opposite way? Who sits back here and takes it off the top? You ain't got to raise your hand. But most I said, I want it off the top, and then whatever you got left, make those bills work.
Make it work, stretch.
But that stretches you out. And if you're carnal, you'll say, man, life is a hazard. It's hard to stretch this money. I don't have enough to cover it. I got to push my debts back. Now I'm living check to check. Who likes to live check to check? Most people don't. So once again, why is this important to explain? Now the wicked don't sound so wicked now. Does it? You can sit back and say Alcimus and Menelaus were wicked, and they were. But their motivation and fuel is common. And we have those same motivations inside of us. So it's very important to make sure we stay on top of the evil in us and continuously put us in a position where we give up our leverage. Because if we don't give up our leverage, now we're susceptible to using our leverage to our advantage.
Yep.
And now we're crossing that line into a dark path. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Continue.
Go ahead.
It says, and it bred worms.
And it did what?
And it bred worms.
What does the Most High do with all the extras that we put aside for ourselves? When there's other people that could have been taking advantage of those extra resources. He said the Most High said he make it bred worms.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning it gets eaten up. It goes to waste. Read on.
And stink.
And it stink.
Another way of expressing that is Most High will give us a bag with holes in it.
Yep.
And now with the money and resources we're trying to stack, he'll put another obstacle in your life that you got to put money at that you weren't expecting it to still bring you back at square one. So either the manna eats up and deteriorates, or the money you were stacking has to go to unexpected bills. You were trying to use this money as a nest egg, and he takes it away. You see the difference? It's the same concept.
I can't ever get my purposes stated. I can't ever get whatever I want. I can never get it the way I want.
And then when you feel that way, now you got to go make big moves and compromise right from wrong to get the leverage you're looking for.
I'm trying.
Now you're sinning.
Yeah.
Because listen, I don't know if you notice this about life in general. you can get what you want at a cost.
Yep.
You can find that man you quote unquote say you want at a cost. You can live the life you want to live at a cost. But you notice when you try to sit back here and maintain morality and get what you want, you get snapped in the first. Nope. You ain't gonna live this life and get this and get accepted. You gotta make a conscientious decision to go all in on this side. Then you'll get a similitude of what you want. It ain't really what you want. It's a similitude of it. But in the process of getting that, you also lose your spiritual morality. And you disconnect from the Heavenly Father. This is what we're trying to explain. The Most High will push you to a decision. Al-Smith made a decision. It doesn't matter how many Jews suffer. I'm going to get paid and my family's going to be taken care of. Same thing Menelaus did. I don't care who I have to step on. I'm going to get what I got to get. And I'm going to fight to maintain my position for me and my family. And we're going to have this wealth. We're going to take money out of this temple. We're going to do what we got to do to keep this position. Because this is my legacy.
At all costs.
At all costs.
Yep. Finish that.
And Moses would walk with them.
And it says, and Moses was angry with him. Read.
And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted.
That's why the Most High made those that can work hard and work fast have the same amount that those that couldn't work as hard and as fast. It wasn't as industrious. The Most High put them on the same playing field.
Yeah.
And that's why he made sure the manna melted every morning. That means everybody had to go to work every day.
Yeah.
And all it showed is that those that had the capabilities of acquiring abundance and more manna than the next man, they really didn't have no faith in the Lord. I really had no trust that the Most High was going to feed me the next day. That was the idea behind, let me go ahead and hoard this extra. Because I really ain't got no faith that the Most High is going to take care of it.
That was why guys like Korah, who was rich, and he left Egypt rich, he still was powerless. Because you had to live day to day off this food.
Yep.
All that money then couldn't take care of you and your family. This food takes care of you and your family. And no matter whatever political position you had and prestige you had in the nation, that didn't matter. He had to follow, like Moses had to follow, like the poor man had to follow, and that was the Most High's intention from the beginning.
Which cancels and neutralizes your personal power.
Time.
And you become a dependent again.
And Israel doesn't want to be a dependent. And this is what eats at people who have the opportunity for power, and they choose to seize that power and stabilize that power at the expense of the nation. Let's continue.
But we go back to that 1 Timothy. That was a crazy verse.
Let's go back to 1 Timothy.
Yeah.
Chapter 6, verse 17.
Yeah, 17 to 19 is excellent.
Yeah.
1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches.
That's why when the Most High said he can make the riches melt, just like he made the manna melt.
We let the bag be full of holes so the money falls out.
He can make that money disappear, do a vanishing act.
Yep.
But that's why it says don't let them trust in things that are really not substantial.
Yep.
Versus who? Read on.
But in the living power.
And that's something that was the whole purpose of the manna. The lesson of the manna was trust in me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't put your trust in what you can acquire because you have a little bit more intelligence or a little bit more industriousness and education, and you have a little bit more wherewithal than the next man, and you could put yourself in a better position, a better economic position than the next man. If you don't learn how to share what you got, the Most High will take what you got and melt it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Read.
Who giveth us richly all things to enjoy.
Can I say something on that? That's based on the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Because one person can say, what the Most High has given me is more than enough. Another person could have more than that other person and say, man, I don't have enough. This ain't fair. My life ain't right. There's a lot of things I wish I had that I don't have. That's literally based on the eye of the beholder. The Most High gives richly all things to enjoy. And the question is this, can you look at your life and say the Most High has given me all the riches I need for me to enjoy? He's given me everything I need. Can you say that? If you can't say that, why would he give you more? If you can't see how the Most High has richly benefited your life, He's going to start taking away those things that were once part of your life. So you can learn how to appreciate things. But how spiritual are you? What's the funny thing is, what's the difference between the righteous person and the wicked person? The righteous person can see how the Most High has richly given us everything we've got to enjoy. The wicked feels that their life is at hazard.
They've been slighted.
They've been slighted. It's all work and grind and tedious work and no benefit. If we're going to get to the specifics, that's the difference between the wicked and the righteous. Everything else is based off what you do with that information. What you do with that type of thinking. Because if I feel that I've had a slighted life, then what are you going to do about the fact you got a slighted life?
I got this one about this.
And then what you do about it determines
Because now I'm angry. Now I got a chip in
how
my soul.
disconnected you are from the Father. But He's telling you the basic roots of the negative is the discontentment about your condition. And your lack of an ability to see how the Most High is daily giving you benefits. This is why when you read in Hebrews 3 and 4, you read in Exodus, the basis of our relationship with the Most High is our appreciation or lack of appreciation about our lives. It starts with that. That was why He judged the nation of Israel to not see the kingdom. Because if you don't appreciate what the Most High has given you, how can you move forward?
Wow. True.
That is the basis of why that's the basis of our opportunity to actually enter the kingdom. It tells you that in Hebrews 3 and 4. It goes into it in specifics. We've gone over in class. If you can't be appreciative for what you got, He won't give you more. He won't bless you with more. Why?
You don't need no more.
You don't deserve more.
You get more.
You don't look good at what you don't have a good outlook towards what I've given you already.
And if you don't have a good outlook, then it starts. Then all of a sudden, if you're poor and you have a bad outlook, you'll just be angry. If you have a negative outlook and you have leverage, now you're going to use that leverage to your advantage.
Yep.
That's the only difference between the rich and the poor. The rich have power to exploit people, and the poor don't have the power to exploit people.
But they exploit in different little ways. They just find
They could exploit.
they find little minuscule, minute, petty processes of exploiting people.
Yes.
It's really a
Hierarchy of
it's
exploitation.
a hierarchy of exploitation.
That's the drug dealer exploits the addicted drug person.
Yeah.
The pimp exploits the fatherless daughter.
The disarranged fatherless woman.
But it's in life, unfortunately, is about the exploitation of others to other people. Or do you choose not to exploit and do you choose to serve? For the Most High's benefit.
In
For
order,
your nation's
in
benefit.
order to have the extras, you got to exploit.
God.
I mean, you got to exploit and you got to neglect somebody that needs.
Yeah.
And this is what
makes you rich.
And this is what chapter 2 explains. That with this discontentment that's brewing in the first few verses, there has to be an act that goes behind it to justify and solidify your position in your life. Where once again we are explaining this inner dynamic of fighting for power.
This is the psychology of our people.
Of all people.
Yep.
It's just Esau is great at this. He learned how to master leverage of the entire world. We fight over a block. That's the difference.
He knows how to keep Africa poor.
Yeah.
He can keep India poor. He knows how to keep Southeast Asia poor.
Listen, man.
Philippines poor.
I've read books saying how Esau, they're saying, listen, man, we were blessed with the capacity to run this entire world. We're going to do it. We're blessed with the capacity to sit back and we were chosen by God.
Manifest destiny.
And given the understanding and the wisdom to subjugate these people. So we got to do it. Yes, sis?
So where are they learning this stuff? Are they passing it down like in business school? Or how are they, like I know they groom their, their younger. But is that how they...
You're talking about Esau in general?
Yeah, just how Esau, generation after generation.
Well, I will choose a certain period of time. I would say the late 1800s to the early 1920s, a lot of the elite families just intermarried. The intermarried families. Rockefellers connected with Rothschilds. DuPonts, Carnegie's,
Vanderbilts.
yes, and they just kept connecting and keeping money in their families, keeping the relationships. My son will marry your daughter will marry my son, and these interactions kept the knowledge and the institutions connected. Then these children will go to the same schools as their parents and their great grandparents, and it is everything is institutionalized. So, like for instance, J.P. Morgan's son went to the same school as his father, but then his father sat back here and went to the same schools his father went to. And they were all connected to the Rothschilds. So they're all being tutored in the same way of doing things. And then while the son is getting, the younger son of J.P. Morgan is, he's working with his dad day to day, and his dad is showing him the ropes, how to keep this empire going. Same thing with the Rockefellers. Same thing with the Rothschilds. Same thing with all these elite groups. And then they end up sitting back here. They start getting national scrutiny about the monopolies they set up. Then they sit back here through exquisite LLCs and corporate status scenarios. They create scenarios to where they're still running things under these corporate umbrellas, but you can't see who's running it.
It's a legal loophole.
You can't, right now, you cannot find out who runs BlackRock or Vanguard or these top corporations that really control all the business enterprises in the world.
They buy airports so that they control shipping and receiving on every commercial level.
Got it. But it's the same cast of characters that control everything under corporation names versus Rothschild, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt. You can't find those people anymore. Like, for instance, in the 1920s, 30s, they broke up Standard Oil, who was run by the Rockefellers. Because they said, this is a monopoly, we got to stop this. They broke it up. So all Standard Oil did was open 15 different branches of Standard Oil. But it was run by the same person.
And he said it was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Yeah, he made more money.
He made more money by doing that.
He made more money by breaking it up in multiple corporations and just branching it off.
With the perception that it's different companies.
Even right now, the Rothschilds, the name Rothschild gives you a bad connotation. This is why they changed their names. This is why Amalekite people don't use their Amalekite name in business realm. What's that? What's the record producer that runs all the music rap industry, rap game? What's his name?
Yeah, a couple of them.
Well, just the guy. Well, the guy that dealt with Drake and Cardi B.
Lorraine Cohan?
No. Lucien Gray.
Lucien Gray.
Okay.
That's not his real name. He's changed his name like 3 or 4 times. And his first name is an Amalekite name. Hell, President Netanyahu of Israel. That's not his real name. These guys changed their names, so it's harder to trace who they are, where they're coming from.
Right.
So
Ralph Lauren's name is not Ralph Lauren.
Even
He has a Amalekite name.
the Amalekite. That's my point. That's how you can't discover where the tracking goes.
And
it's the same thing with the Rothschilds. You think they're still having a hand and imprint? They always say the Rothschilds, their dynasty is kind of faded out. No, it hasn't. They just use different names, different aliases, different corporations to shield these monies. So you can't trace it anymore.
And no one has ever done an audit on the Rothschilds.
God.
Who's ever audited their finances?
God.
They said that their amount of gold they have houses in cities that have gold bars in them.
Yeah.
Underground vaults.
Yeah.
Nobody's been able to determine what the Catholic Church got, the Vatican. Nobody's been in their vaults to see what treasures they have. Nobody's seen what the Rothschilds have. Who's able to measure their wealth?
They said in the 50s or 60s, the Rothschilds let a author go sit back here and trace their historical records only to the 40s or 50s. Why wouldn't they let them trace them now? I'm sorry, this was done in the 80s, but they weren't allowed to trace their lineage beyond the 40s. So they gave them access to records, but even the records had holes in things. And then they weren't able to sit back and trace who are the Rothschilds now, because they've dispersed it and broke it all up. So nobody knows who was even affiliated with Rothschild bloodlines making moves and running things on earth. Nobody knows. So for all intents purposes, there's only like one or two more Rothschilds running the thing. Don't forget, he had 5 sons split. One in England, one in France, one in Germany, one in Austria-Hungary. He had like 5 children spread out in 5 different areas, and they just kept repopulating. What they don't tell you is J.P. Morgan, when he died, 75% of his wealth didn't go to J.P. Morgan. And what they also don't tell you is J.P. Morgan's father had connections with the Rothschilds. With J.P. Morgan, they used him to run the banking system in the United States, so that the heat wouldn't be on him for running the United States corporations and banking industry, because it was already having stigma about the Rothschilds running the earth. So you had to start using frontmen to operate things. Even the guy that was in charge of when Africa got dispersed in all these different countries. What was that guy?
Cecil Rhodes.
Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes was being backed by Rothschilds. When he died, the majority of his money didn't go to him.
Scramble for Africa.
The scramble for Africa is the word I was using for. And how they were controlling all those diamond mines in South Africa and all these different colonies was British run, was Cecil Rhodes run. It was really Rothschild run. And they had learned by the 1800s, 1900s, I can't be the front man anymore.
They just found a new 7,000 carat diamond in Africa, but it's owned and it was mined by a Canadian company that owns the diamond mines. But the Canadian companies are usually Amalekite owned.
That's the point. But you just can't trace who runs those corporations, and that's how they continue to exploit and sustain their power on earth. So anyway, what are you going to say on this topic? I don't want to. We've gotten far off of it. Do you want to go on your point, or we going to go on?
No,
this?
just read that verse 19. Finish that 19 in Timothy. I think that's good.
Mm-hmm.
We were on 18.
Yeah, 18 and 19.
1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 18. That they do good, that they be rich in good works.
He's telling you that there is a correlation between living check to check, having a certain level of stress you can't get rid of, and good works at the same time. Because he's saying when you have too much, the proclivity to be comfortable is at a high level. So he says, charge those people that are rich so they can stay in a spiritual mind frame, so they can continue doing good works. Because when we get too much, we put our foot off the gas.
Yep.
And I think we all believe that. I think we all, if we're honest with ourselves, we'd understand that.
When we get too much, we become inequitable.
Yeah.
We're not as fair as we think we are.
I know.
We think okay, I'm a good person, but I might do a little charity. I might get some free turkeys for Thanksgiving. I was a good
like
person.
Frank Lucas out.
Yeah,
Frank Lucas out.
Yeah, get some turkeys for Thanksgiving. Nino Brown stuff, but that ain't real giving.
No.
Real giving is, can I come off?
Stop putting drugs in the community, Frank.
and give and make sure everybody's good.
Kind of.
Can I relinquish these funds?
Stop selling blue magic.
Yeah.
That's the best
No,
thing
we
you
can't
can do.
stop that. I got turkeys coming in November.
Kind of. But the whole hood's strung out.
You know what those false charity natives are? Those are to wash my conscience.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I don't feel as guilty for what I did with the money.
Yep.
I gave it to I donated $1 million to the Boys and Girls Club. I just washed my conscience. I don't feel bad.
Yeah.
But I still got $100 million left.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's a tax write-off.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's like Tom Shoes giving little shoes to the little boys in the Philippines and Africa.
Yeah.
Now, those are tax write-offs. $1 off each shoe. Then okay, that means you don't got to pay tax at the end of the year.
Yeah.
You're good. You've got a complete profit. Anyway, let's go. Because don't forget, taxation is really double taxation. So whatever you made, you got to pay double that in taxes.
Yep.
So to beat that,
Corporate tax.
I give $1 off. I'll give you $1 off on these shoes, so I don't got to pay double tax on the back end. It's a win.
Yep.
So continuing in Timothy.
Verse 18. That they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate, laying up.
Why would he say willing to communicate? You know what's hard to do when you know you got extra and you know somebody else ain't got extra? You know what is hard to do?
Listen to their problems.
No, to tell people that you got extra.
Oh, you can't say that.
Yeah, hell no.
That's so
you gotta
funny.
Not say that.
You know how hard it is? Even in a husband-wife relationship, if the wife get a bonus at the job, you know what it's hard to do? Tell that husband I got an extra check.
No time.
Then I gotta give up.
Then I got
Baby.
Hey, I didn't want to say nothing.
Oh, by the way,
They did give extra $1,500 for extra $1,500 for Christmas. They gave extra $1,500.
or you say I got a bonus.
Yeah, I got bonus.
How much was the bonus?
Yeah.
Tell me 3 in the morning.
I didn't. What's that?
Baby, I got a bonus, huh? Yeah, I told you. You
Yeah.
was asleep.
Yeah, you wasn't paying attention.
You don't never listen to me.
I already told you I got that bonus.
Oh my!
I already told you what. I already told you I got that.
I told you
I
something.
already told you I got that bonus. You just wasn't listening.
You don't
And you
get it.
spent half of it. You spent like 85% of it.
Yeah, you know, it's hard. It's very hard
Yep.
to want to communicate when you got extras.
Yeah.
And that's why he's specifically talking to the rich. Because once you got it, to tell people you got it, because you know the handouts are coming. You know people got their hands out. As soon as you let it be known,
The stories are popping up.
I got extra. Oh man, here comes the hands.
Yeah.
Needs. Here comes the needs.
Yep.
People got needs.
Yep.
That's why that's why the Bible has to say that, because when you got it, it's hard to admit that you got it.
Because the Most High is trying to balance everybody out.
Yep.
But you got more something?
Yeah, you finish that? Yeah, verse 19.
Verse 19. Laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come.
He said, but in the end, the Most High is using all the extras that you've had in resources, and he's going to determine how to judge you based on what you did with it. Read?
That they may lay hold on eternal life.
And if you did good and you did right with those extra resources, the Most High said you could lay hold of what?
Eternal life.
Because so our salvation is also dependent upon what we do and how we help people when we had opportunity.
That's amazing. That's amazing, bro.
So it'll do me no good to die with the extras when somebody could have used it.
Mm-hmm.
And it could
Why
have
die
benefited.
put my money in the grave?
Yeah.
But that's
Really?
the point. That's why he's like, he wants that perpetual dependence on the Heavenly Father, so we can maintain that invested energy towards him, because he understands our nature.
Yep.
And then he understands that, are you going to look at your life like he's been blessed, he daily loads me with benefits, or my life is an adventure? My life is a daily hazard. What life do you choose? What mindset do you choose?
Or you're gonna have
The wicked are saying, my life is a daily adventure / hazard.
Yeah.
Because every day I'm losing. Every day I have just enough to get by. This isn't living. But when you read the scriptures, the Most High said the Jews experienced prosperity before Onias III dies, or Onias dies. So which one was it? Was it prosperity, or was it I think it was 2 Maccabees chapter. I'm just going to quickly say these words. We don't got to go there. But I think it was in 2 Maccabees 3 when they said there was a faction of Israelites being upset about the verse 4. 2 Maccabees 3 and 4, it says, but one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city. Was it disorder? Because before, early in the chapter, in verse 1, now when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws were kept very well, because of the godliness of Onias, the high priest, and his hatred for wickedness. It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place, and magnify the temple with their best gifts. So what is it saying? What it's saying is that the temple got the gifts. The school got glorified. The school was getting blessed. But another faction said that the city is in disorder.
What he said.
That's his opinion.
What he said, you know why? Because the riches weren't going to him.
Yep. Now he's claiming that there's some type of.
Oh wow.
Because individuals aren't coming up. But the school is coming up. The temple is coming
The
up.
nation's coming
so
up.
it's a different, what is the perspective you're taking in your life? Are we going to find happiness because the temple and the school is the priority and is flourishing? Or am I going to find happiness when I'm flourishing? This is the difference between the righteous and the wicked. The wicked are unhappy because they're not flourishing. We're supposed to have our daily bread. The temple is supposed to flourish. But that trade-off doesn't make carnal people happy.
And can I make a point?
Yeah.
And it's worked both ways, because there was a time where the priests just cut animals and they don't have property. The Levites were not allowed to have property.
Come.
Just to make it clear. The Levites weren't allowed to have property, and the people were allowed to obtain the property and do business transactions.
And bring it back to taking care of them.
And the people were allowed to have financial mobility, and they were allowed to flip and make moves. But the priests had to maintain their slots and duties, and they were not. They were dependent on the people maintaining their side of the contract, and they couldn't have property. So we're not talking about priests coming up. We're talking about on both sides of the equation, it's a sacrifice.
God.
And this is the Most High is dealing with really proper allocation of resources as a unit of measure to see where a person's mind is at.
You're just looking at priority.
Priority.
So am I the priority, or is the church the priority?
Yeah. Who
Am I the priority? And then is the body of Christ the priority? You're last. It's the Most High first, the people two, and then you come at the bottom.
You're three.
Yep.
And people don't like that dynamic.
Nope.
Because we view being last as a stressful situation, an uncomfortable scenario, a life that's not worth living, a hazardous life. That's what the wicked looks like. And the wicked isn't just the elites, it's the poor too, that just can't properly grasp the spiritual way of doing something. They just can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
They have less opportunity to do something about it.
You know what they have?
Unless they're going to trap in the streets.
They got strong prayers. That's what those that don't have. They have very strong prayers.
Yes.
Because that's usually what you have to resort to when you don't have anything.
Or of hateful, despising outlook.
Yeah.
So, are we good on that?
Okay.
That was a great verse. Let's go back now to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2. And I think we stopped off at verse 4. Let's read verse 5. I know we're taking time, y'all, in class, and it's not moving as fast as maybe it used to be. But there's a lot of information here that I don't want to rush, and it doesn't make any sense to just go through concepts. Because, listen, we've been going through these different factions, always going back and forth, fighting against Judas. It's like, what the hell is going on? Why does this thing keep happening? And we haven't taken the time to explain the root of the wickedness. What moves the wicked person? What moves these people to destroy the nation and keep the nation in constant warfare? Because you know what's happening? Alcimus, Menelaus, we're going to use our military might to solidify our economic position. Read on.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 4. And our name shall be forgotten.
Verse 5. I want verse 5.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 5. For our time is very shadow that passeth away. Meaning
we don't have a lot of time on earth. If you look at life like I don't got enough time, what are you saying? I need to sit back and I need to game. I need to win. Read on.
And after our end, there is no returning. For it is fast sealed, so that no man cometh again.
Read on.
Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present.
So the thinking is, let's enjoy what we can enjoy and not focus on stress. It's hard to enjoy when you live in check to check. It's hard to enjoy when the Most High is giving you just enough manna day to day. Read on.
And let us speedily use the creatures like as in youth.
Listen, creatures are just different people. People, animals, resources. He said, let's speedily use all the resources to our disposal. Because he's explaining, in order to truly enjoy your life, to take advantage of your life, you have to utilize all of your resources. There was a quote by Patrick Ewing. He said, "I make a lot of money, but I spend a lot of money too." What's the thinking? He's like, "Listen, I make money, but I'm blowing it. I'm burning it off. So I got to keep playing to keep living this lifestyle."
He's played like 20 years.
This knee's on fire, with these big old knee pads, no stink like a mug. These big old white knee pads. He's like, I got to sweat and I got to do all this running and jumping because I'm spending a lot of money every day.
I got expensive habits.
But this is what they're saying. You got to use the creature and live your life. That means people, animals, resources are going to be exploited. This is the capitalistic mindset. Overconsumption. The more I consume, I got to make more money so I can consume more. Read on.
Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments.
That costs money. That means you sitting back here, you keep getting top end champagne, top end wine. That costs. That means I got to keep making money to live a life and having fun. Read on.
And let no flower of the spring pass by us.
I'm going to sit back and enjoy every season, every crop. I'm going to max out. I'm going to do it big. Read on.
Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered.
That means you got to sit back and be in the moment and enjoy the experiences as they come and exploit them whenever you get the opportunity. Read on.
Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness.
Let's look up voluptuousness. He said, let us not go without our part of voluptuousness. The 1828. Let's see, man. Read that. Voluptuousness in 1828. If anybody got it. I'll read it. Voluptuousness means luxuriousness, addictiveness to pleasure or sensual gratification. So, as you keep reading, you can understand why the ungodly were so unhappy with their life. The ungodly are so unhappy with their life because they really are motivated by their addiction to their pleasure or their addiction to their comfort. And if I'm addicted to my comfort, serving the Most High is a depressing, hazardous life. Does that make sense? A lot of us quit. A lot of us quit our marriage. A lot of us quit our relationships and the work. A lot of us quit doing the work because we want something more out the deal. Yes, sis?
You use the word hazardous. Can you explain a little bit? I just know what the word means within the context.
Well, just so you know, let's go real quick into adventure. Because that was the word that they expressed in verse 2. For we are born at all adventure. When you look at adventure, adventure means we're born at hazard or risk. Hazard, risk, chance.
There's no guarantee.
An enterprise of hazard. Bold undertaking in which hazards are to be encountered and the issue is staked with unforeseen events. What does it mean? That means life isn't guaranteed. In verse 1, it said our life is short and tedious. It's very difficult, very painstaking. There's little gratifications here and there, and I don't know how long I'll be to live. I need to take advantage of life as it comes. I need to take advantage of what's in front of me. But in order to live this life, it's rooted in my covetousness and my sensual desires and my flesh being satiated. And this is the motivation behind a wicked person's life. I want to live good. I want to drink good. I want to eat good. I don't want to live off rations. I don't want to sit back here and live check to check, day to day. I don't want to live that way. I want to enjoy my life. And living like a Jew, I can't enjoy my life. This was truly why we sold ourselves out during the Greek time, and this was a motivation as to why we sat back here and committed idolatry. It was the same reason. We tapped into idolatry because idolatry in our minds equaled freedom. We can feed the flesh how we want to feed. We can indulge as much as we wanted to indulge. Whereas serving the Most High would say, serving me, I will give you what you need. I'm going to give you your daily bread. But you know what? The truth is, you're living day to day, and you're going to have enough to sustain yourself. I'm going to give you enough manna for you to survive, but not more than what you need. That manna concept is the life he chose for us. But we don't like that. And for the wicked mind, we won't accept having enough to sustain ourselves. Does that make sense? So, yes.
So this life reserve will not access left or
Yeah.
This is for non-Jake. This is for Israel.
This was the intention for all of his people.
So when we talk about Jake, and Jake trying to always chase the dollar.
That's us too. We're Jake.
They're just doing it to their destiny, essentially.
Yes.
So this is why it's so hard for us to come up. It's
Yeah.
because it wasn't his
Well, I'm going to say this. One, this is not our empire.
Right.
This is not our nation. So because it's not our nation, this ain't the time for our nation to come up. And then two, when we had a chance, and we did have the power, all we did is exploit the poor. So as much as we talk about the white man and all the negative he does and the exploitation of all these different third world countries, which he is definitely guilty of. When we had our empire and power, we did the same thing.
We have the opportunity to explore it. So now it's really someone else's kingdom.
So what the Most High did is he has taken away our sovereignty. So now, remember last week, the benefit of all the sacrifice and wars we were fighting with Judas, he gave us freedom of religion again. He gave us freedom of religion. He didn't give us sovereignty. And he gave us he gave us our daily bread still. When we go to Deuteronomy 28:1, verse 1 through 14, we'll eventually go into it in the next few weeks. The Most High promised us our own crops and our harvest, healthy children, sovereignty, and the ability to be the lenders to the nations under us. That's what he gave us.
Which was a position of power.
But now that we lost our sovereignty, we're not lending to nobody.
No.
What he gave us now is our basic food and raiment. And pretty much that's it, and our ability to sit back and take care of our children.
When we had wealth, we had the same social infection as our slave masters.
Yes.
And now that we're in a condition of paupers or a condition of debt slaves in modern society, we still have the same social infection.
And the crazy thing is this, the Most High, I'm telling you, he saved us. Because if we had the power to do what we want to do, we'd be doing more exploiting. If we had the control to do it.
And damning ourselves.
Because if you had the power, you telling me you wouldn't want to take the position of the bank? How many of our people say you got to work smarter and not what?
Harder.
But what does that mean, to work smarter and not harder? You got to let somebody else do the work for you. What does that mean? That means they're going to do your work and you give them a small portion of money and you collect the rest so that you can come up.
Your profit is already it's installed. And their little work ethic and their labor, you already have included your profit in their labor.
So now I'm just taking advantage of the fact that you can't do LLC paperwork. So because you can't do LLC paperwork, then I'm just going to use you, and you're going to work for substandard pay because I can do paperwork and you can't.
But also it's just
that's leverage.
But that's true. But also with that, it's also they're not even paying them what they're worth.
Yeah.
Because there is a fair wage
Yeah.
and a fair return for the person established the foundation. But in reality, when people deal with greed and their belly rumbles and they're hungry, they start cheating the people under them.
And this is why most American businesses, they've established this thing called free trade. Free trade around the world. Now I can go to the Philippines and get people to. There's a app called Fiverr. Fiverr. If you need anything done, you go to Fiverr. You want a website put together, you want whatever put together, you go on that thing and you can ask who wants to do this work. And you'll get the work done pennies on the dollar.
Yep.
So you have a person, like a Philippine person, will sit back here and work for $6 an hour, $5 an hour. That's like, damn, the 80s pay a minimum wage job. They'll take a crappy deal because you're giving an American person $14 an hour.
And you got to pay their insurance.
There you go. So this woman is grinding. She has 2 or 3 kids, and the time slots are flipped up. So she's up all night working American hours in the Philippines, and then going to working her own job on the side. They do that to survive.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I came up. I bought a receptionist for $7 an hour. That's a win. Check this out.
Yep.
It is a win, but you're also exploiting people. I didn't know that. Well, it's whatever the minimum wage is less than that.
Well,
and they're winning it.
The idea is to outsource the work at a cheap cost.
At a cheap cost, and this is why America is turned into a service-based economy, and it's no longer financially strong. All the major corporations are out of the country because they're cutting costs. They don't want to pay the workers here in the United States.
There's no manufacturing companies here.
That's the point. And that's been intentionally done to weaken the country. Because when any country is at its economic and military peak, you can be self-sustaining in your own country.
In-house.
That was what happened to America in the 40s and 50s. Everything was in-house. Nothing was outsourced. That's what's happening in Russia right now. Everything's in-house. Nothing's outsourced.
Russia took over McDonald's. They took over all the McDonald's chains.
Yeah,
and made
they just called it a different name.
Different name.
Starbucks are a different name now.
Yeah,
but they're self-sustained now, and that's how you maintain a powerful economy. And this is the point. So, it's going back to answer your question. What was your question one more time? The last question you had. Okay.
And we
talked a lot about different exploitation.
All we're saying is that classism and economics reveals moral character. Yes. And our moral character is also based off of economics and the other aspect of it.
Yes.
Our ability to gain and grasp and transactions. The Bible says in the Apocrypha about there's a thin line between selling and sinning and being a huckster. Mm-hmm. And a huckster is a person who takes advantage of people and does bad deals. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tell you it's worth $10, but really, I'm lying to you. I'm giving you a bad exchange. Sometimes it's about being a person of honor and dignity and doing good business with your people, and you get a little less, but the Most High is pleased, and you're still sustained. He's just saying, I didn't say you can't have nothing, but why do you have to take advantage of your people and exploit your people? God hates
that. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because a lot of times when you work in that middleman kind of business,
yeah,
you work 3 times harder and you only make a little bit more. That's what eats at a person too. That mom and pop shop works. It's almost. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when you have those mom and pop shops,
yeah, I live there.
You make almost for the amount of work you put into it. It's almost not worth doing it. This is why you ever see those Indians at those Quickie Mart kind of spots. Yeah. Listen, the only way to make money is they have to work all the damn hours and they can't hire out. That's the only way to make the money in those stores. That's why the husband and wife team, the wife works in the morning, the husband got to dodge gunshots at night. Yeah. It's the truth. Because if they don't do that, it's not worth selling chips at the Quickie Mart. There's not enough profit. I knew a husband and wife team that worked a Dunkin' Donuts across the street or near my house.
Shouldn't have said that, man.
What?
I'm fighting demons. I'm fighting Dunkin' Donuts right now.
Dunkin' Donuts? Well, I'm going to say this. The husband worked the night shift. I would get up at 6 in the morning and take my daughter to school for practice. And I see the guy. This dude was knocking down cigs, bro. He came home. He's wired for sound. He's jamming out music outside in the garage at 6 a.m. Like, bro, what are you doing? But in his mind, I need a vent.
Wow.
So I'm going to play my pew, 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 pew. I'm going to jam out all the ding songs in the garage, smoking cigs. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro, what's going on?
He's drinking the beers too.
Listen, he's sitting. He ain't supposed to be smoking cigarettes at that religion now. When he's sitting out here jamming out his music, smoking cigs, I'm like, dude, this guy's got to wind down. He's burnt out. As soon as he gets there, his wife's leaving.
Yeah.
And she's going to work the 6:50 or the 6 o'clock shift until 7 or 8. And then he's sitting back and they're just repeating it back and forth. Stand up. So they're just repeating it back and forth. And that's their life. But how else you going to make profit if you do that? If you keep hiring out, there's not enough money to make. And that's the problem.
You got to wear a whole lot of hats.
I know, bro.
Yeah.
And they never see each other.
Yeah.
And then the daughter is just being raised by herself. But they're just grinding.
But she can go to college and have a bigger opportunity.
And that's the point.
It was all for the baby.
But what am I trying to explain? That's what you get when you do entrepreneurship. So then you ask yourself, is it worth it? Then maybe I need to sit back here and reframe how I do this.
And then if you
and start exploiting people. And now let me sit back and hustle so I can get myself out of this stressful situation.
But if you hire people, you got to pay taxes on the individuals that you hire. You have to pay employee tax when you own a business. So you kind of not don't want to have people on the books. That's why people hire people under the table.
That's the point.
Because I can't report that you actually work here.
So then I said, because I don't want to get taxed, double taxation, I'll get some dude on the side that can make donuts in the back and save me some money because it's under the table. Now you got to start playing with taxes. Then you realize when you play those taxes, that ain't enough. So what do I got to do now to make more money? Now I'm being pushed to start doing some slick moves.
Like Trump does.
But you see the whole point, though? You see how the conditions push you to either live in this crappy scenario or do criminal moves to kind of cover yourself.
Trump talks all this deportation stuff, immigration, but he got immigrants doing all this yard work in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
In Mar-a-Lago, Florida, at his compound, half the workers are immigrants.
Yeah.
But he'll put on TV, we got to cut down this immigration, we got to deport people. But he got immigrants working on his property. What about those that are undocumented that are cutting his grass, doing all this yard work?
Money.
Yeah. If he's about America first, why aren't those Americans in Mar-a-Lago doing all the work?
Good question. If it's about America first, why do you let Walmart destroy the market?
Yeah.
Walmart is destroying all the middleman companies
Small business, yeah.
in the United States. Because why are you going to spend $2 more at place A? You might go to Walmart and get it for $2 less. Those kind of spots break the middleman.
You can't compete.
So now you're sitting back here and you have a store and you're working crazy hours and it's just enough to pay your bills.
And the big corporations don't pay the same taxes.
No. And they get to buy the product pennies on a dollar because you can buy it for such a larger amount, more volume. Then you go and buy it overseas. Anyway, all we're trying to show is economic scenarios force everybody to make a decision. Am I going to stay in my lot, in my slot, and suffer day to day and live day to day? Or do I sit back and make a move to make my life easier while exploiting somebody else at the same time?
Or do I wait on the Most High to bless me?
This has been since the beginning of time. It's the same concept. Do I play it straight and wait?
Yep.
Or do I force my way to I can drink the wine I want to drink? Live the life I want to live.
There's a cost to that.
There's a cost, and that's what we go into. So, let's continue.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 9. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness.
Our voluptuousness is let's sit back here and everybody get theirs and indulge in their vices. Read on.
Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place.
Mm-hmm.
For this is our portion, and our lot is this.
So they've made a decision that their portion is to be comfortable and to feed and indulge what they want. So they made a decision that I'm not going to live day to day. I'm not going to live stressful. I'm not going to sit back and live a life of saving and making smart choices and being happy with what the Most High has given me. I'm going to push it further. Read on.
Let us oppress the poor righteous man.
He said, but he says, let us oppress the poor righteous man. Why? Because that's the only way you can sustain this taking and overconsumption. If you're going to overconsume, that means I got to exploit somebody else. This is the catch. Hold this and go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 10. And I think it's 10. And it's verse, is it 10? Come on, Award. Let me see. I don't think it's Wisdom of Solomon. Maybe it's Ecclesiastes. Let me see. I'm almost there. Okay. Read Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9. It ties in the same concept. Ecclesiastes 10 and verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud?
Why is man proud? Read on.
There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
Most High hates a person who's covetous, meaning who's more focused on his or her personal coming up than the well-being of everybody. Read on.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sell.
He says a person that's about his covetousness sets his soul to sell, meaning there is a trade-off. If I'm going to pursue the fine wines, the comfortable living, the pursuit of happiness, so to speak, then I am also selling my soul in exchange for the comfort. This is what he's explaining. The pursuit of what you want, not wanting to live a hazard life, comes with the cost. There is a trade-off. You have to give up your soul so that you can live comfortably, because you're going to have to exploit somebody else to get what you want. Read on.
Because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
While he lives, he cast away his bowels. What does bowels mean? Your bowels is your tender mercy. Your bowels is your consideration, your compassion, your empathy to somebody else. That's how you sell your soul. You sell your soul because in order for you to keep coming up, you got to not consider other people. You have to not care about other people's suffering. That's the cost. That's what we all have to be considerate of. Who am I going to affect in a negative way so that I can come up and live the life I think I deserve?
And an imbalance has to be created in order for me to have a rich class and a poor class. There has to be an imbalance created to have rich and poor.
God.
If everybody's equal, then there's no rich and poor.
God.
So how do you create the imbalance?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be malicious.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to be selfish. You have to be self-indulgent.
Yep.
You have to be cutthroat. You have to be full of vices. You have to become very callous, and you have to be callous to the needs of the people around you. That means you got to ignore. You have to have the ability to ignore the needs of people that suffer.
Because it says bowels, the seat, meaning the position of pity or kindness. Hence, tenderness, compassion, a scriptural sense.
That means you got to close your ears in order to be rich. You got to close your ears to the moans and groans of the poor.
Yes.
You got to be blind to people suffering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you can be rich.
And this is what he's saying. He says you got to sit back here and cast away your bowels. Cast away your pity and your kindness. That's why the Most High can't stand that covetous person. Because you'll choose you over the needs of the poor. You'll choose what you want in your comfort. Just to alleviate that stress, that basic anxiety that everybody has to deal with. You'll ruin a person's life.
So when I don't have faith like Cain in the Bible, Cain immediately became a tyrant.
God.
Because that's the next action that every man does that doesn't want to live by faith and give the Most High his correct offering. So now I'm going to step on other people to get what I need. Because I know the Lord ain't blessing me.
And as you're doing that, you're casting away your soul.
Throwing your soul away.
You're throwing your soul away. There is a literal transition of giving up your soul to gain. And this is when you got to sit back and when you start getting cold and heartless and I don't care. I'm going to use people before they use me. You're giving up your soul. I'm going to give up my soul so I can get what I want. I got to get mine, so I'm going to take yours. That person gave up his spirit. He's telling us this is the condition. But people are like, they're so anxious and stressed out about what they don't have in their life. They're like, I don't give a damn. I'm going to give it up so I can enjoy my life. Because there's only so much time I can have on earth. I'm going to live my life and do me. I don't care who I step on.
And for entertainment purposes, you can go to YouTube and you'll watch videos where somebody will be at a gas station, ask for $2. And the person say, man, get out my face.
Mm-hmm.
Then he asks the next person right next to him. They say, man, here's $2, man. And he say, man, just for your kindness, I'm going to give you $10,000.
Oh, yeah, I see those.
Yeah, then he pull out $10,000 and give it to him. And then the person that rejected him is like, whoa. He said, no, get out of here. Man.
I love those videos.
Yeah, man. Because it's almost like you had an opportunity to show somebody some compassion. You told him, get out my face. And then the next man say, man, here's $2. And blam, that was just a test. But
they did that to the men and women in the lab.
I love those videos.
Yeah.
I love this one too.
I know you do.
I like them both. But I like that. Most somebody just asked for gas, just like get out of here.
Yeah.
I have business. She's it was a sister. She got hot. She said I work for mine. And dude, some lady that didn't have it, gave it up, and then she got a whole like wad of money out.
You know what? The Most High like them videos too.
Yeah.
You know what the videos are for us? When you pull up to the light and somebody's at the corner.
Yep.
And they hungry.
Yep.
When somebody has a need and they got on scruffy clothes and they got on dirty clothes and they dingy, they got a little cup in their hand. That's a video too, but that's the one the Most High is watching.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the one the Most High. That's a test. That's a test too. That's a test too.
That's real.
He like them videos too.
And answer your question, brother. Having material wealth doesn't equal sin, but it opens the door to feed and fuel your lust. Just want to make sure we're clear in our explanation. Let me finish the statement. I just want to make sure for the record we're clear. Brothers can pull what they got to pull. We're not anti having a home.
No.
We're not anti having a car note. We're not anti having money to spend on the things you need in this life. But the scripture does say money is the root of what?
The love
of money is the root of all evil. So it's a difference between having monies that you need to sustain your family. And there's a difference between how that money defines you. And that you operate with anxiety and fear based on not having that money. That's the whole point.
I would bring out one point on
Please do.
I have a short one.
It's a scripture, but go ahead.
The short one I want to make was, and that's like any commodity. We're particularly honing in on financial commodities, but beauty is a commodity, good speech is a commodity, and talent is a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
And people exploit their talents and take advantage of people with their talents because they can. I can convince you. I can take advantage of you. I can manipulate you because I have the higher intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
That is a commodity also.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas beauty and looks, I can get in different situations. I can get in different rooms. I can deal with different people. Or I don't need this person anymore because my beauty's taking me to another level in society. It's still, what do you do when you have something of value? That's my point.
1 John chapter 3, verse 17. And then also Luke chapter 16, verse 19.
Yeah.
1 John 3:17. What else?
Okay. And
We'll get that first and we'll go to the next one.
Read that.
Is it 1 John chapter
3 verse 17.
1 John chapter 3 and verse 17. But whose has this world...
read it again.
It's a lie. 1 John chapter 3 and verse 17. But whoso has this world's good...
And it's speaking to anybody. But it's having material wealth doesn't make you wicked.
Perfect verse.
It doesn't make you evil. It says, but whoso hath this what?
World's good.
But you got something of advantage or something of value. Read on.
And seeth his brother have need.
But when you have it, and then you got something of a resource, but you can watch your brother not have the resources. Read on.
And shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him.
And you know you got it, because you got the extras, or you have the ability, you have the power to change that person's life.
Mm-hmm.
You have the power to influence and enhance that person's situation. And it says, whoso hath this world's good, and when you see your brother without the good, and you see him in a needy position, read on.
And shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him.
So is it having the resources evil, or is it evil if I see somebody that needs something from me, but I refuse to give it?
God.
Read on.
Or can I say one thing on top of that point? Because there's a lot of there's been families that give to the camp. They might be able to pull their money together, and they have enough to give to the camp. That's what you're supposed to do. Because even on what you're saying, you're talking about an individual person seeing another individual person in need, and not helping that person on an individual level. I can say another one. Brothers sit back here and got jobs and opportunities and careers, and they don't give to the camp. What are you giving to? Is that right? Just as quickly as we can say, having things isn't wicked, because it's not. It's nothing wrong with having good things. But I'm also saying it's wicked to not give when you do get things. How about that? How about when you have and you don't give to the body of Christ that you listen to? That's just as wrong as seeing a brother who needs you don't give it to him. Or it's just as wrong as labeling a person that has something as a bad person. Because we're not supposed to label people that work hard as evil. There's nothing wrong with working hard and dedicating yourself and having a work ethic. Well, we work hard.
And not just working hard, but having a plush lifestyle.
There's nothing wrong with being in a decent neighborhood with decent things. There's nothing wrong with having things. But I am going to say this. Why do you have things and the church has nothing?
This house lie waste.
How about that? Because I see people who have things and tithe. Or they give offerings. Then I see other people who have things and don't give nothing. And think that's okay. That's not okay either. Because that's what the verse in verse 17 of 1 John is saying. 1 John 3 and 17. Just as quick as a person can say it's good to have things, that same person should be given to the body. Why aren't you doing that? Just because we don't sit back here and every day publicize online, please, 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 can you give to the camp? Don't mean you ain't supposed to give to the camp.
We say it twice.
Our job is to give to the body for free.
Yeah.
That's our job. But that don't mean you ain't supposed to give. So that people gonna give just when we sit back here and say pretty please with a cherry on top, can you give to the camp?
I'm not finna do it.
So we gotta do that. We have to do that and be like James Brown. Please, please, please give to SOT.
Yeah.
Please, please give to SOT. We gotta do that before people give. Because you know the problem is you have one group of people who give, and the majority take and don't give. Then they'll say it's cool to sit back here and have things. Which one is it? You're supposed to be able to have things and contribute too.
That's equality.
That's fair. That's biblical. We just read it in 1 Timothy, right?
Huh.
That the rich, people that are having things, have an obligation to give back. And should it just be on income tax weekend?
Yeah.
That's when the Jew will give a little bit. And first of all,
yeah,
it's a fine line. That's why we don't even talk about this a lot. If you listen to us in class, do we ever talk about tithing?
Never.
Do we ever push it? Do we ever guilt trip people? We never do. But if we're on the topic, we're here. It's nothing wrong with people working and having things and working hard and being successful. But if you're being successful, why don't you give to the body?
But this is the funny part. We have a duplicity about us because we'll say, brothers asking for too much, and then we'll complain about how come the black community is suffering, and how come Oprah Winfrey and LeBron James and Jay-Z are not contributing to the black community. We'll have the same discussion about 7 days later on Twitter or on a talk space online, a chat room. And then in our own circumstances, we won't play the same role. That's kind of fake.
I mean, and that's the point. All I'm saying is, yes, it's good to have things. Nothing wrong with that. If you have work ethic and you got a good job, cool. But damn, with that, you can't give to the camp. And that was done from the beginning. Whether you want to call it tithes or you want to call it alms, we can deal with semantics all day long. Why aren't you giving? There's no reason why you don't give. And I guess my thing is, if I've chosen a school or a camp to listen to, why don't you support it? Why don't you do it? Just saying. Listen, brothers don't have to be quote unquote working for the camp to give to the camp. So if brothers and sisters don't choose to work for the camp, they're not obligated to give to the camp. But it's okay to not listen to the camp and come to gatherings on high holy days. You see where that's kind of phony baloney? Now, if you don't got it, you don't got it. That's fine. But the topic right now is about people who work jobs and have something and are hard workers. Right? And that means you got it. And if you got it, why aren't you giving it? There we go. So we're not gonna say it's bad to have things, but you can't give. This is what he's saying in 1 John chapter 3 and 17. He just focused on an individual, a specific person that you see needs. The body needs all the time. The body of Christ needs every time. You know why the body needs? Because we give to people every day. Mm-hmm. For those who are in the inner circle, our resources go out to people who have needs with bills, who have needs with monies, families who need to keep lights on, families who need food for their homes. Our job is to help supply needs of the camp. And that's what we do. For those who know.
Without complaint.
And don't complain. Because that's our job. So what do you think your contribution will go towards? The people who need resources. But a lot of times people aren't thinking about that. They're overly focused on their come up. Mm-hmm. And this is why we say, watch out for that push for the finances. Because in your push for the finances, some people who make money forget that they got to tithe. I wonder why. Yep. Some people that are focused and helping on making more and more and more, all of a sudden they've forgotten about tithing because they're saving up for the new car that's going to cost an additional $150 of their income. So the question is this: is it about the BMW that you want, or tithing the camp so that the camp can sustain people? What's your motivation? You see how that desire for money? You want to keep climbing up that corporate ladder and the status that comes behind it. Well, maybe that little extra bump in pay you got can go to the camp who needs a shequim. Or maybe that shequim that you're putting on your self-help days to go on the camp. On those personal days when you want to treat yourself. Maybe those treat yourself days should go to the body of Christ, the people who need actual literal lights to be cut on. And gas in their cars. And food in their stomachs. Which one is more important? I'll leave it at that. You got more verse?
You can't. Yeah, finish that.
1 John chapter 3, verse 17. But whoso has his world's goods, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him.
So is it wrong that I have things? No, it's not wrong to have things. It's what you do, it's what you choose to do with it when you have it. That's what matters. That's what it comes down to. Yep. Read on.
How dwelleth the love of the Most High in him?
So if I can have resources and neglect people that have need, the question that the Bible is asking is, how do you display the love of God? How do you know the love of God is in you? How can you say, I got the love of God in me? What he's saying is the love of God is the fact that I can help people immediately when I see that they have need. I have that compassion. That's the love of God. But not having the love of God is I can have the resources and I can shut my hand. And I can close my hand and pretend like I didn't see. Read on.
My little children.
That's why he said, my little children. Read.
Let us not love in word, neither in tongue.
Go ahead.
But in deed and in truth.
So what he's saying is, actions speak louder than words. Because it's easy to say what you would do if you had the resources. It's different when you have the resources and don't do anything when people have need. So actions always speak louder than words. And that's what the Most High is saying right here. That's all John is saying is the fact that why don't you put some action behind the fact of you can change and affect somebody's life for the better because you have what it takes to do so. So you can enhance somebody else who's not enhanced. And that's where we at in Luke chapter 16, if you can get that real quick. Luke chapter 16, read verse 19.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 19. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen.
This man had what?
It says he was a rich man clothed in purple and fine linen.
Now we know purple was the most expensive fabric
Royalty.
in ancient times.
Mm-hmm.
Because the cost of what it took to make the dyes was very costly, very dangerous. You had to dive for certain type of seashells and crabs, sea urchins, in order to get the purple out. Read.
And fared sumptuously.
And this man fared what?
Sumptuously.
Get that definition of sumptuously. He said this man fared. He fared sumptuously.
Sumptuous or sumptuous?
Either one, same thing.
Sumptuous. Costly.
He said this man lived a what life?
Costly.
He lived a costly life. That means he had a lot of expenses. He had a lot of things to maintain. Read on.
Expensive.
So he had expensive taste. This man liked the finer things of life.
Like these guys in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2.
Yeah.
They made a choice to go for theirs.
Go ahead.
Splendid.
He said his life was what?
Splendid.
His life was splendid. That means when it came down to he liked to have the best of the best. It says his linen was purple linen. So it wasn't just regular linen. It wasn't just regular khaki linen. This linen had dyes on it. Yeah. This linen had color to it. Had
tint to it. Turanian purple.
You know it's Turanian purple. That's the best purple. So he's showing you that this man, he had a taste that was above average. He wanted to live a above average lifestyle.
His hunger was unexplainable.
Man, he had to splurge.
What verse was this? I wasn't around.
We're in 16 and 19.
What is it?
Luke chapter 16, verse 19.
Okay, Luke 16, verse 19.
Read on.
In the definition?
Mm-hmm.
Magnificent.
It says, so this man lived a magnificent life. So that means that I have things that excel the resources of other people around me. The quality of life I have is better than other people's life.
Yep.
I have a better quality of life. Now let that go and go back to the verse.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 19. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day.
No, some days.
Every day.
No, only on the weekend.
Every day.
Only on payday.
Every day.
Only on income tax.
Every day.
So it said this man had this magnificent upscale life. And he lived this upscale life how often?
Every day.
Every single day he lived in an exquisite, tasteful life. The lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Having things.
He was having things.
Having things.
But this was every day. This was a daily basis. I just can't eat that. I just can't wear that. I can't live in that size house. I can't drive that kind of car. I need the best of what life has to offer me. Read?
Because I'm him. Because I'm
him.
His Timothy.
I hate that
Timothy's back.
He's him.
Yeah.
He's different. He's different in there. He's different.
No, he was born to live this life. That's what I'm saying.
He's different. He's different than everybody else.
I was born to ball. Read.
And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus,
Go ahead.
which was laid at his gate,
And this man was laid at the gate, not in the house. Read on.
full of sores.
Obviously he's homeless. He said this man is full of what?
Sores.
Obviously he's medically neglected.
Yep.
He don't have health
You
care.
don't have medical insurance.
Don't got no insurance. He can't go to the clinic. He can't afford prescriptions.
Yep.
Read on.
And desiring to be fed with the crumbs.
And he said he was desiring not a lavish lifestyle. He said all he asked for was what?
To be fed
With what?
with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table.
He said, so the rich man obviously had such a lavish life, he could afford the extras. Lazarus wasn't trying to be equal to the rich man. All he was trying to get was the crumbs that fell from the rich man. Just, I'm not asking you for half your money. I'm not asking for all your money. Can you just give me some crumbs? Can you just give me the leftovers? Can you hand me some leftovers? Yeah, read on.
It says, to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores.
And this man had no comfort. Nobody showed compassion on him. Only the dogs could show compassion on him. The only soothing, relaxing comfort he can get was from some dogs.
Man.
Dogs treated him better than people. Dogs showed more compassion than people.
Yeah.
Nurtured him better than people. So the point is, did the rich man take advantage of helping Lazarus? Did he take advantage of extending himself and at least filling a little gap or filling a little void? Jump down to verse 25.
Verse 25. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receiveth thy good things.
He said, but this what he's saying is, in the end, this is how we're going to be judged. He says, son, remember in your lifetime, you had what?
Good things.
You had good things. That means you had the power. You had the resources to change somebody's life. That's how we're going to be judged. Those same questions are going to be asked to us in due time.
And get why is this so important? I'm going to be very quick. Wisdom of Solomon 2 talks about the thinking that let me go make this money and take advantage of my life because there's no afterlife. Now Christ is like, I'm here to let you know there is an afterlife. And for all this exploitation, you sat back and did with people thinking that I got to live it up now because there's not nothing left. On the back end, there is something on the back end. And you exchange your soul for this exploitation. And now you want to suffer on the back end for taking advantage of people in the front end. He's letting you know, he's giving answers to the thinking we had as a nation leading up to this point. Because the motivation behind taking advantage of people at Wisdom of Solomon's time is there's not nothing left after I die anyway. So Christ is like, yeah, there is something left after you die. Your soul's going to be tormented. So all this exploitation and destruction that you're doing to your people, there is an afterlife cost for that. This is why Christ came down in Luke 24 to give us understanding. Because we didn't understand about an afterlife. There was questions about the idea of an afterlife. And if there's questions about an afterlife, then why not come up now? If there's nothing else left after I die. So now the Most High is eliminating the excuse to use people. This is what he's doing. There is a cost you got to pay for giving up your bowels of mercy. On the back end, it's eternal damnation. I'm sorry, I just want to bring that up because it literally goes and clarifies and gives understanding to the backwards thinking we had in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2.
Time. Read.
Verse 25.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receiveth thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things.
Read on.
But now he is comforted.
But the Most High does what?
Comforted.
The Most High reverses the roles.
Mm-hmm.
The have-nots become the haves.
Yep.
In the next life. And the haves become the have-nots and punished.
Yep.
In the next life. So it's not about having the resources. It's about what you do with them when you do have them. Finish that?
And thou art tormented.
It says, and thou art what?
Torment.
But you were splendid. You lived magnificently. You lived a plush, posh lifestyle every day. You had a lifestyle of wealth, of choices you could make. You had options in your life. You had the liberty to shop when you wanted to shop. You had the freedom to go where you wanted to go. But this man was laying at the gate, homeless, neglected, untaken care of, stripped of resources, and of just daily basic needs.
Yep.
And that's why the question is asked, how dwell the love of God in you? If you could watch this go around you and ignore it as you do your daily business, you could just walk past people that have need every day but you got everything that somebody else could use and benefit from. That's for everybody to think psychologically. But the wicked don't take notice of that. The wicked mind is, I got to get mine now.
Yes. Because when I'm not in a position of control, I'm full of anxiety and sadness. And there's an emptiness inside of me.
Yep.
And I got to feed that or I can't be happy.
Or I'm disgusted at the poor.
No doubt.
Because that's a guilt trip to my conscience that I gotta help them. Why I gotta help them?
I'm tired of this.
Yeah, so I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted that you're begging. I'm disgusted that you don't get a job. How come you can't stand on your own
They
2
can't
feet?
never figure it out.
How come you can't figure it out? Help yourself. Get on your feet. I had to get on my feet.
Yeah.
I came out the projects.
There you go.
If I did it, you should be able to do it.
That's a real thing.
That's the mind frame. But that mind frame has an end to it. But that doesn't take away from the fact people just don't understand it. But we can let that go. Back to Wisdom of Solomon, because that's a great point.
Kinda. But this the thinking, and then it's Wisdom of Solomon 2, there's this thought that there's no consequences for me making this run. Because when I die, I'm going to be forgotten about. I'm in the dirt. That is a literal Sadducee mindset.
Yep.
And Sadducees were elites. But simply, this is before Sadducees were even a thing. This is Wisdom of Solomon. So this was a thing back in the time of Moses.
So the Pharisees despised the impoverished and the deficient.
And the Sadducees did too.
And the Sadducees said there's no afterlife.
But there's no afterlife. But I had to get mine.
That's the
They both justify the pressure.
That's my point.
They justify the pressure either way.
That's the point.
Wow.
And before that, this is what they were thinking during the time of Moses.
Wow.
This is why Christ had to come.
Wow, that makes sense.
Christ had to come to set the record straight. There is an afterlife. So you don't have an excuse to take advantage of people. This is why Christ's impact was so important. And why Christ came to give us understanding of what this book was really about. Because we still didn't understand what this book was really about. So, where are we at in Wisdom of Solomon 2?
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 verse 10.
Read verse 9 one more time.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 and verse 9. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness.
So let's live our life to the max. Because there is no afterlife. Read on.
Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place.
Reminders of all the good times we had. Read on.
For this is our portion and our lot in this.
He's pretty much what they're saying. We were chosen to be princes and leaders of this world. We're educated. We have a higher class than you. This is our lot. This is what we were chosen. This is the lot God gave us. You ever see these you know what's when they have these, I just want to thank God for this award, this Grammy. Listen, and then was the Lord that gave it to you or somebody else gave it to you? Who gave you that award?
Lucian Grace gave it to you?
And if he did, who really gave it to you? Or when guys sit back here and they have all they pay for these bots to keep running their music to be number one. Who really got you number one? Was it God? Or is it Diablo?
God bought you the butts.
That's what I said. God bought you the butts? That's crazy. No, it ain't. So let's continue.
Let us oppress the poor, righteous man.
Because that's the cost. In order to really get on top, somebody got to lose. Especially during old Israel rules, all you had to oppress was your own people.
Classes.
When you sit back here, remember in the book of Jeremiah, Shamshwan brought it out a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that I think it was King Zedekiah. No, was it Zedekiah? No, it wasn't Zedekiah. It was it was one of Josiah's sons. He sat back here and ordered the poor of Israel to build his house with the candy red wood.
Yeah, with the vermilion.
With the vermilion, and they built his house up, but didn't pay the guys for the work.
For the work, yeah.
I forgot. I think it was Joachim. It was King Joachim. He sat back here and was exploiting poor laborer. And in his mind, I deserved the best. But this was right after his brother got put in jail in Egypt, and he agreed to be a vassal for Egypt. So instead of saying, let me get the Most High back on our favor because we're vassals now. No, I want a candy red wood house.
Entitlement.
But I'm going to exploit the poor because I have the leverage to do so. This is the thinking of our people, not just Edomites. So once again, in order to come up, somebody got to do the work. Think about this. In the business world, for instance, in the business world, there's only so much you can do to come up. Meaning, the shipping department has to get their money. The distribution has to get their money. The markets you send the product to has to get their money. So how do I make the money? Where do I cut corners in? It's labor cost. Labor cost is really the only thing that can fluctuate. This is why Esau sat back here and was exploiting the natives for sugar, exploiting the natives for all the natural resources they had, because you can cut cost in labor costs and make your profit from your labor cost. That's how you make your money. The other industries got to get their piece. So you make your profit by exploiting the poor. That is a situation that's been going on since the beginning of time. The poor got to get exploited so you can come up. Read on.
Let us not spare the widow, nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age.
Because to reverence the gray hair, you got to come out of your profit and keep him afloat.
You got to set up some type of rehabilitation facility for the elderly.
This is why the young Jews, who had to take care of their parents, would sit back here and take the money that was allotted to take care of their parents and give it to the high priest as korban money. And the high priest will sit back here and absolve you from guilt for having to take care of your parents in their old age. So you had access to the rest of their inheritance. And your parents were out of luck, huh?
But you didn't have to take care of
That's why you didn't have to take care of your parents. So I was free of the burden of taking care of my parents by giving the money that was supposed to be to my parents to the high priest.
It's a gift.
It's a gift. Really, it's a bribe. And the high priest didn't check you for it because they got money to sit back and go on their endeavors. This is the point. By not reverence the gray hair means they got to be in your house. And they're going to move slower. They're going to be forgetful. They're going to make mistakes. You got to kind of carry that dead weight, so to speak.
They're babies again.
And you have to take care of them like they're children, especially as they get advanced in age. And for selfish people, that's a burden. So in order to come up and be free and live your life to the fullest, people have to be exploited. People have to be forgotten. People have to get pushed to the side so you can do what you want to do. See that? Because not every parent is going to be dependent or independent for the rest of their life. And if that older parent starts to get brain issues or forgetful or has Alzheimer's, you going to deal with them children? Or deal with your parents like your children? What is he explaining? In order for you to come up, people that need you have to get abandoned. Read on.
Let our strength be the law of justice.
Mm-hmm. Meaning that the procedures that are set in place to protect the elite. Because there's certain loopholes that the elite were using to justify their standing. And to sit back here and get off the hook of exploiting the righteous and the poor and the elderly. Read on.
For that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth.
He says, this is the problem. For that looks feeble, there's no value in your feebleness. So why should I have to be burdened with your feebleness? Esau calls it the white man's what?
Burden.
I had to sit back here. We conquered you. Now we got to take care of you. I give you health care. Yes, if I can give you food stamps. This is our burden for our victory. The burden for the victory of the Native Americans, just throw them out there in a damn reservation and give them a damn casino. We gotta let them drink. Just give them alcohol. Just give them booze, and they'll be all right. What is he saying? That we're not obligated to have to take care of the sick. They are a burden. What verse are we at?
Verse 11.
Read verse 11 from the top again.
Verse 11. Let our strength be the law of justice, For that which is feeble is found to be nothing worse.
So what it's saying is the law of justice is set up in a way to not protect the feeble. They've created laws to not take care of the feeble. What do you think is happening now?
Same process.
What do you think happened in the past?
No after school programs. No.
Yes.
No lunch programs.
God. No, but you know why?
There's a lady I saw.
But is this, you know why there's no programs for the children, programs for the elderly? Because all of a sudden the military budget will go down. All of a sudden the monies that pad everybody's pockets go down. There's money for it. People can't make profit now.
There was a lady that confessed to. She's a lunch lady at a school, and she for 15 years gave kids, certain kids, free lunches or extra food that they didn't eat. They didn't eat that night.
Yep.
They didn't. Their parents didn't get no food that night. So
Because they didn't have it.
over 15 years, she did this, and when they found out, they fired her off her job.
Yeah.
She got fired for that.
I believe it. They were trying to get rid of the program that was feeding kids lunch in the summertime. They're trying to cut that program off because it's not fiscally responsible enough. They can't sustain it. But there's money for other things, just not these things. But this is how you know the poor are sacrificed for the comfort and advantage of others. Read on.
Verse 12. Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous.
So now, think about this. So the goal is to exploit the weak. But you can't completely exploit the weak unless you break that righteous influence that's steady in the nation.
Well, you
This is why Alcimus and Menelaus were like, we got to go to war with Judas and his men. Because Judas and his men represent equity and righteousness, and it's going to give the people hope that we should have a free food program. We should take care of one another. We are supposed to look out for the poor. These guys are making us look bad. If we break this righteous environment and this righteous example, then there's nobody in the way of our exploitation of the weak.
yes,
So,
that removal of the righteous is the remove the ability of the guilt and the shame that I feel for doing people wrong.
and looking bad.
Because in psychology, they call it cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
Cognitive dissonance is when you have a conflicting idea or belief when you know you're doing wrong, but you're doing it anyway, so you don't know how to deal with it. Say, for example, you're a smoker, but you know it's wrong, but instead of just quitting, you say, well, I'm going to just smoke too. Or I'm going to just smoke on the weekend. So cognitive dissonance is when you're doing something that's you know is wrong, but you're doing it anyway. You try to degrade or you try to diminish the impact, and you justify certain things to diminish the impact, so that you can cope with yourself as you still deal with the issue, as you still continue doing the issue.
Yes.
So what cognitive dissonance is about is, so what I'll do so that I don't feel so bad for what I'm doing is to alter my beliefs to satisfy the fact that I'm doing it, or to ease the fact, or ease the guilt, or ease the pain of knowing that I'm doing something that's wrong anyway. So it's the justifications, it's the strategies that people use to justify when they're corrupt and they're doing something corrupt. It's the altering of the beliefs to diminish the pain of doing something corrupt. So so in order to do that, if I know I'm exploiting the poor and I got the righteous calling me out, the best way for me to remove the guilt is to remove the who?
The ones who make me look bad.
The ones that make me feel guilty. The ones that are able to point out that I'm doing wrong. Because then I have no justification. And this is when Christ said he removed the cloak. They have no more cloak for their wickedness. The cloak is the same thing in psychology of what cognitive dissonance is. I justify my corruptness by making excuses for it, so I don't feel so bad, and I can hide behind that.
And I center myself around a bunch of people who have no love.
Yep.
So if everybody I'm around that keeps talking about how this is a just move, I feel better about destroying people. But these righteous make me look bad. And the righteous keep exposing how messed up I am. This is why they had to kill Christ. Because Christ was exposing their corruption. Yes, sis.
That sounds like what Trump is doing now that resembles slavery or
Mhm.
enslavement, all of that is being done away with.
Well, the messed up thing is, if you're right and you're wrong. What I mean is this. I bet you $1 million those museums would still be there if the other side didn't use it in an agenda to push other things. Like I mentioned a couple hours ago, our plight and our legitimate struggles have been mixed with these 5-letter word movements and these other agendas to sit back here, really discredit. They use our scenario to push their other liberal agendas. So it works on two sides. It softens the liberal push on the left, and on the right, it clouds the reality about our sufferings because they can see it's a combination of that mixed with the liberal agenda. So what Trump is doing, he's making moves like taking out these museums to destroy the liberal agenda.
I guess that makes sense though because they have. That makes sense because when you think about the word that many have weaponized, which is woke, you know what I mean? Like for Black people and Israelites, woke does not mean that they are, having it to mean.
Yes.
And I think in their mind, woke means letter people inclusive.
That's my point. Then that's what they've used. And back in the day, they used the civil rights movement and piggybacked it with feminism. That's what was done in the past, in the 70s. So they're using a legitimate, real topic in oppression, and they're watering it down with the liberal agenda. Trump's job is to sit back and protect the right. He's going to protect the right. So he's going to push all these moves that look pro-right. But it's really, we're the ones in the crosshairs.
And then
really, it's us and our plight that's in the crosshairs of civil war.
And then you got Obama that Black people thought was going to make a change and a difference. And the only thing he ended his whole presidency with was legislation for those 5-letter people.
Exactly.
Change
And bank bailouts.
And bank
It was both. It was corporate bailouts and 5-letter progression. That's all that was done. Masked behind a black guy. I'm here to push the black agenda, but I'm really pushing the L letters.
I'm going to use my skin color to bring in a different law.
But it's for the other. It's not pro-black. It's for the other liberal movements.
Or they say the other marginalized peoples.
Yeah, but that's how they play it. They did the same thing with feminism. They did the same thing back then. Burning bras. Yeah, we're in it with the black girls. No, you're not. No, you're not. There's two different situations.
That is not the same.
But you're going to piggyback it to push your agenda, and it's financed by the Edomite left. Anyway, that's the game. Let's continue. Verse 12.
On that verse, on that point, Christ said in St. John 15:22, he said, if I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not sinned. But now they have no cloak for their sin. Meaning,
thank you.
Meaning, if Christ didn't come and explain the inequality,
yes,
and the lack of compassion towards the poor, the Pharisee would never know how bad they really were.
Go on.
They would never know how guilty they really were.
They thought they were right.
They thought they were right because
that's
they had the law.
And I had the law, and you know what? We only have one life. I get to live. I gotta live it then.
Yep.
All the reasons why we sin. We all have our reason why we go to the dark side. Christ, I'm taking this cloak to justify your justification for your dark side is no longer here.
There's no excuses there.
So if you do, you're doing it because you're a wicked guy.
Now you can see yourself.
Kind of. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue. In Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 12.
For those that don't know, we're not going past Wisdom of Solomon. It's just going to stop at verse 21 because there's no way. We can't go back into the topic. But let's continue.
Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous, because he is not for our turn.
He's not on our side.
Yep.
He doesn't look at life this way. So we're showing you there's a different way of life that the wicked versus the righteous look at. The righteous, whether they're educated or formally or not, are appreciative for what the Most High gives them and aren't walking around unhappy about their condition. They don't think like us, so we got to target them. Because if we don't target them, they're going to convince others to look at things their way, and we'll lose a grip on the people. This is why Alcimus and Menelaus and these religious leaders and political leaders kept fighting us so hard and kept going to these different kings, pushing the way. They're fighting for the minds of the people in political and financial position in the city. Read on.
And he is clean contrary to our doings. He upbraided us with our offending the law.
And he says these guys keep checking us because we're going against the law. So he says these two forces cannot cohabitate. This is why they kept killing each other. This is why the Menelaus group kept killing the Jews going to the temple. And then Judas retaliates with going to Acre, the citadel, and destroying them in the citadel. Because these two can't walk together. One is trying to find reasons to justify Israelite exploitation. And the other one, their purpose is to bring light and shed light on the criminality of the leadership. These two can't work together. Read on.
And that's why the rich hate the poor.
Khan. And the ones who have the intelligence to shed light on the rich. This is why the wicked always operate in darkness. So this is why all the people that are hated for the policies that they're backing, whether it's your Bill Gates and your Zuckerbergs and all these people that are the pariahs for public scrutiny, they're not the ones making these decisions. They're not the ones. The guy Schwab from the
Charles Schwab.
Not Charles Schwab. It was the guy that Klaus Schwab.
Klaus, it's like
That's running
the
World,
WEF,
yeah. What's that?
World Economic Forum.
Yeah, the WEF. All those guys are like pariahs and they're hated. They're just following orders. Because the real wicked ones are in the background pulling the strings and using these front men to get their agenda accomplished.
Puppets, basically.
But the real ones in power are in the background and you can't see them. And you're reading the book of Job about the wicked and how the wicked stays in the darkness. The real wicked, you don't know. You don't know their names. Guys. Calm it down. Let's continue.
And objected to our infamy, the transgressings of our education.
We'll read it from verse 12 again.
So like verse 12. Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous, because he is not for our turn, and he is clean contrary to our doings. He upbraided us with our offending the law.
So, Judas and these righteous men keep pointing out how off they are. And it makes them uncomfortable. And it brings to light their evil. Read on.
And objected to our infamy, the transgressing of our education.
An objective to the infamy, the transgressions of our education. What is it saying? That elitism, the elite education, the elite systems of how they structure things, the righteous are bringing the light to it and exposing how corrupt the elites are. This is within our community and in Esau's community. The righteous are sitting back and exploiting how corrupt they are and their education and how they put things together. Whether you're a Pharisee, a Sadducee, a lawyer. Your lawyer education, what good is this lawyer education if you keep taking advantage of the people? Read on.
He professeth to have the knowledge of the Most High, and he calleth himself the child of the Lord.
Like these people who are teaching the scriptures are embarrassing us, and they're calling themselves children of the Lord, and this light is exposing us for the criminals and the hucksters and the charlatans we are. Read on.
He was made to reprove our thoughts.
And this is that duality. For everyone that wants to live their life, there's another person showing how off they are. And on the flip side, for all the good you do, when you want to go left, there's a negative person doing what? Pointing out that negative you do. There's always this counterbalance always going around in life. Read on.
He is grievous unto us even to behold.
So these guys in that citadel couldn't stand the looks of Judas and his men. Because their looks and their presence represented how fallible they are. Because how dare a person actually live what he's talking? How dare a person be okay with not coming up.
Not be
How dare a person sits back here and collects riches from war and gives it to the poor, and he doesn't benefit from it? What kind of man is this? Remember have you ever seen Serpico? The movie Serpico? Nobody ever saw it? Or how about y'all see with Frank Lucas? What was that movie? American Gangster. Remember the Edomite that did that bust, that drug bust, and there was all this money in the back of the trunk, and he didn't take it. He just gave it back to the cops, and all the cops are acting weird towards him.
Yeah.
Because like you didn't take the money. What's going on with you? Now I can't trust you because we're all on the take.
We're all dirty cops.
But you're the only guy that's clean. I don't know how to operate around. I can't trust you now. I feel weird because the corrupt only feel good around other corrupt people. So these corrupt Pharisees and Sadducees saw upright men and like, man, I can't. These guys make me feel jacked up. Now my conscience is working on me. Now I can't be me. This can't work. I can only be comfortable around people that I know do dirt. Read on.
For his life is not like other men's. His ways are of another fashion.
These guys actually are content with service. This is why this issue in Jerusalem kept happening. As long as this honorable faction is going on in Jerusalem, the wicked can't be comfortable. So they got to continue to create schemes to attack the good. This is why that faction keeps rising up time after time after time after time. Read on.
We are esteemed of him as counterfeits.
Because we are fake. The Pharisees and Sadducees and the elites were fakers. They say one thing, positive, but from behind they're sitting back here and taking advantage of people and exploiting people.
And
They were counterfeits.
And they're selective in the scriptures.
They're
selectively implementing certain points.
Because the best way to break somebody is to live a clean life.
Finger. Watch your finger. You're gonna hurt your finger. Thank you.
The evidence of their fakeness,
Come on, in and out.
is how they treat the poor. How you treat the poor and the widows is the evidence of how fake you are. How you neglect your people when you see them starving and have need is evidence against you that you are fake. That shows that you don't have real love.
Done.
And when that's displayed, the first objective is, well, we got to eliminate the people that's making us look bad. We got to put them to death. Because I can't let anybody show me how corrupt I really am. I hate the people that show me.
Yep.
And that's our people.
Yep. So let's continue.
He abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness.
Yep.
He pronounces the end of the just to be blessed, and maketh his boast that the Most High is his Father.
He says he pronounced the end of the just to be blessed. They don't believe, the wicked don't believe that if you do right, there's a reward on the back end.
It's a hustle.
He said they don't believe that.
Yeah.
The wicked don't believe that if you do the right things, the Most High will reward you at the end. So they believe I got to do me to protect myself on the end.
What if nothing happens? What if we just fade to no existence?
And this is why Christ had to come back and say, listen, man, when you die, the one who suffers gets blessed. And the one who is destructive, he has to suffer on the back end. This is to confirm this was a heavy topic between the wicked and the righteous. Because if you can't prove to me that at the end I get punished, why not do me?
Exactly.
Why not follow the law and do me?
Yep. And feel comforted off the notion that I kept the law.
That is what he was attacking, Christ was attacking, because this was the justification. We use the loopholes to live the life we want. And because nobody knows for sure where we go after we die, that gives me justification to do me. There's a loophole. This afterlife was a loophole.
If you can't show me in the law that my lifestyle is illegal, notwithstanding I amended the law and I changed the law to my benefit, then if you can't show me in the law where I'm offensive or I'm wrong, then you'll be judged and we got to get rid of you.
Yep. And if you can't prove to me that living this wicked life, there's a punishment that on the end of my life, then you know what? We're gonna find a way to kill you and bump you off.
Yep.
Because you're just a hater. You're just mad at what we're trying to build. But you see that negative, and our presence, when we sit back here and fight to be a good example, it creates this discomfort that nobody likes to be around. But that discomfort is literally what you need to do to help bring about change. And because the thing is, this is why Christ talks about being the light, because darkness can't operate in the light. So being in the light really exposes the people that are in darkness and really reveals what they're not. And that's the power of example. Read on.
And maketh his boast that the Most High is his Father.
Mm-hmm.
Let us see if his words be true.
So you know what that means? I'm gonna double down on my moves. I'm gonna keep living the life I live. I'm gonna keep living comfortable. I'm gonna keep coming up. And that's what Alcimus is saying. He's like, you know what? Menelaus died because he just made a mistake here and there.
Yep.
I'm gonna sit back here and I'm gonna do it better than Menelaus. But then you're gonna say, listen, Menelaus had 10 years of lavish living. Menelaus came up for 10 years, was smiling. I bet you I can make it for 20. I bet you my position, if I'm Alcimus, I can sit back here and Judas ain't getting no younger. If I take Judas out, all I gotta do is take Judas out. Everybody else is gonna fall to the wayside. If I take him out, my reign can last through my next few generations.
He's the problem.
It's just him. So I'm gonna give it a shot. I think I can live longer in power than Menelaus did. We're gonna see whose method is the most sustainable. That's what they're saying. Read on.
No, wrong verse. Acts chapter 16, verse 20. Acts chapter 16, verse 20. Verse 19. Start at verse 19 through 22. Just showing the same point, because this point is, if we understand it, it's a lot of times in the Bible you're reading the same theme as far as the light having to reveal what's in people. Read that.
Acts chapter 16 and verse 19. And when her masters saw that the hope of their gains was gone,
because people are chasing money, and when you shine a light or a magnifying glass on their money pursuits and their hopes of getting, without the knowledge of having to worry about other people, and you mess up people's money chase and money pursuits. Read on.
they caught Paul and Silas and drew them into the marketplace unto the rulers.
Go ahead.
And brought them to the magistrates, saying,
Saying what?
These men, being Jews, do exceedingly trouble our city.
So when you start to identify people's money schemes and the fact that they lack compassion, he says that they identify you as a what?
Trouble.
You're a troublemaker. You're causing me trouble because you're pointing out the fact that what I'm doing is really about money and not about people and love. It's really not about compassion. It's about the fact that you can prove that I'm exploiting people. And if you can prove that I'm exploiting people, you trouble me. When you can prove that I'm false, you trouble me. When you can prove that I'm unjust, you trouble me. Read on.
And teach customs which are not lawful for us to receive.
Is it really about the customs that they was teaching? Or is it the fact they messed their money up?
Because people start believing in the Most High and don't want to buy no more idols.
They don't want to buy no idols. So is it really about the Roman customs? Or is it back that you put a halt to my hustle?
I can't feed my family now.
Because you're messing my money up now. Because that's how I was making my money. Through exploitation, selling idols, I was making my money.
I was selling African necklaces in the black community.
African medallions.
Those African medallions, those leather ones, with all different colors.
Yeah.
I was selling kente cloths. And those dashikis. Now I can't make no money because they're Jews now. And they're not following African culture no more.
Yep.
Now I got to fight.
But that's what people do. When you put a magnifying glass on their hustle and you show how wrong it is, then people are gonna say, man, you're a troublemaker. I got a problem with you. Read.
And teach customs which are not lawful for us to receive, neither to observe, being Romans.
They said we're Romans. We got a different custom. Read on.
And the multitude rose up together against them. And the magistrates rent off their clothes and commanded to beat them.
So what did Paul get for showing people where they're wrong at? You get a beating.
Yeah.
That's what you get. That's what you got coming when the light reveals darkness. You got a beating coming to you. When you put a spotlight on people's inequalities and how unjust people are and how negligent they are pertaining to other people's struggles, you get a beating coming to you.
Yep.
And that's what we read in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2, and the desire to get rid of the righteous. Because that's what you make it. You make people feel uncomfortable when you can identify their flaws. People feel real crunchy. And then now they want to stone you, they want to beat you. Go back to Wisdom of Solomon.
Okay, verse 17.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 and verse 17. Let us see if his words be true, and let us prove what shall happen in the end of him.
So what they're saying is, a wicked person sees a righteous example. He says, just because you're righteous, I mean I'm a follower. I believe in my way. And I'm going to use my political strength and my finances to prove that my way works. So we're going to sit back here and see which way works. I'm going to hold my position and you hold your position. This is why this stalemate goes from generation to generation, leader to leader.
Okay.
This keeps happening. This is why this fighting keeps happening on the inside. And the Greek way, or the guys, the Israelites that want to push Greek, they keep going back to the Greek kings to get that military and financial backing. And they said, we're going to see whose method works. I got the power of the U.S. military behind my back. I got the power of the Greek Empire behind my back. You going to tell me that this ragtag 6,000-man operation is going to beat the Greek Empire? No, it ain't. I'm going to double down pushing this way. Read on.
For if the just man be the son of the Most High, he will help him and deliver him from the hand of his enemies.
But if they're saying if the Most High is really with him, why would they be losing fights?
Yep.
Why are they sitting back here and stuck up in this temple running out of rations if God's really with them? I don't see the Most High being with them. They just won a few skirmishes. They're losing men like we losing men. They bleed like we bleed. This is the stance they're taking to justify their wickedness. Read on.
Let us examine him with despitefulness and torture.
We're going to sit back here and keep torturing them and keep making their life inconvenient. And then slander them and say, yeah, man, Judas's men are killing our men. They're killing all our friends. And our friends are loyal to you. So let's sit back here and keep torturing them. Let's rile up this new king Demetrius the First and get him so incensed that he'll bring another large army to Jerusalem and finally wipe these guys out. Now that Antiochus Jupiter opened the gates, opened the walls, it's an easier fight now.
It's almost like they're saying, let's see how much you believe that we're fakes and we're unjust at the expense of your own pain.
Come.
How much? So let's see how much pain that are you willing to endure to hold on to the idea that we're fake.
Come. Because the truth is, the wicked believe in their zone, and they want to see how much we believe. They're down with their left hand, so they believe it. How much do you believe? And the funny thing is, when we was all under siege, half of us left. So in their mind, their numbers are dwindling.
Yeah.
We just got to keep putting more pressure on them. They're going to fold like a damn chair. They're going to fold. We just got to keep putting pressure on them.
This is a thorn on our side.
Yeah.
They're just, it's a momentary inconvenience.
Do you believe that to the death?
It's like in the movie Braveheart. He was catching hell out. All they had to do was find that one sellout to catch him slipping. And the rebellion was supposedly over. All we got to do is take him out. And we'll be able to sit back and continue as business as usual. Just make this one family a lord. Give them more lands and position and power. And they'll sell them out. This is how it is all the time. Just keep putting pressure on the righteous example. And I bet you $1 million there won't be another righteous guy that comes behind him.
Once you see what I do with this guy.
Exactly. Then we'll squash the rebellion. And then we'll be free to do what we want to do with no scrutiny. Read on.
That we may know his meekness.
Don't you see this is talking about Israelites too? This is not just about Esau. This is us. This is our thinking. Read on.
and prove his patience.
We're going to see how patient they are in the Lord while waiting under these extreme circumstances, one fight after another, one significant lopsided war after another lopsided war. How long can you hold on? Read on.
Let us condemn him with a shameful death.
Yep.
For
We
by his-
want to make sure we're going to kill you and make you look so bad to make the next generation question if it's even worth it.
Smear campaigns. I
What?
want to smear your name, smear your legacy,
And we're going to kill you and shame you in front of everybody
scare them.
to scare them from rising up again. Read on.
And this is why Esau would take a Negro and put him between two horses in time and split them and make the horses go in opposite directions.
Or tar and feather them.
And they would take the biggest, strongest Negro as an example to set the tone for the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make an example out of your best, your strongest, your most resilient Negro. We're going to pull him apart in 4 ways and quarter him in 4 different parts as a lesson of fear. Don't you ever try that again. Don't you ever try that again.
God.
You ever think of running again, we got something for you.
Yep. And they did the same, and our people do the same thing. Our people do the same thing to one another to break the rebellion. Well, let's continue.
For by his own saying he shall be respected.
Mm-hmm.
Such things they did imagine, and were deceived. For their own wickedness had blinded them.
And this is the plight of the wicked regime, the wicked man, Jew or Edomite, Jew or non-Israelite, Alcimus, Menelaus, that guy Simeon that said there was chaos in the city. All these people that were pushing this different faction, attacking the righteous stance that Onias and Judas and all these righteous men were trying to establish. Mattathias. This is explaining the war that's waging on in Israel that continues to happen from one king to another. Antiochus Epiphanes, Antiochus Jupiter, so the Demetrius the First. It just keeps turning over situation after situation after situation. So this is why these wars continue to go on. With that being said, we're going to shut down class from there, because going from there, we're going to go back into the topic from verse 8 down next week. But I think that it was important to keep going into why the next guy pops up and is just, instead of just saying where there's good as evil is present. I think it was important to explain the evil and explain their position, so we understand, hey, it's not just these wicked guys. There's elements of that wickedness in us we have to stay on top of, so we don't fall into the same traps they fell into.
Come.
Are there any questions? Okay, with that, we're going to sit back, send our prayers up. Imagine Wapanya, Yerusha Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over,
to watch over,
bless,
bless,
heal,
heal,
protect,
protect,
and make strong
and make strong
the people of Yahshua.
people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
and much love,
spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For in thee
For in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothing
Nathanawa.
Hatawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothanawa.
A war.
Lawa.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nothanawa. Ha'ayom. Kwara. La Kwara. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah, Nathalanawa, Shaman, Zayah, Lamashak, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
The solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushai.
By Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamayawa.
Hamayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Marawathiwa. Kator. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Aroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Hawalam. By Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushai. Rakanawa. Washralim. Rabiat. Support. 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 Turn. Watch your foot.
Stand. Step forward.
Step forward. Barak Yahweh. Barak Yahushai. Barak Yahweh. Barak Yahushai. Barak Yahweh. Barak Yahushai. Barak Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all love, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. By Shem Yahushai. The water. Yad. Aman. Circle up. You want to do it today? Okay.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, Wakoya Sha'ala, Men of Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatam.
Kom Yashala,
Kom Yashala.
Kom Yashala,
Kom Yashala. Kom Yashala. Yashpata.
Turn faces, sisters, please stand.
Perfect.
Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, Men of Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Yalatam by Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shema, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai.
Yashmata.
Or shalom.
Dismissed. Fall out. Yeah.
And we were
You can
just saying,
explain it real quick.
when we did the four
Israel,
corners.
Tawada for tuning in. See y'all
Bless the
later.
holy, bless the house.